Well, good morning, am I on? Good morning, everyone. Sounds like this is not coming through. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to call to order the March 25th, 2022 Utility Committee meeting. And I will start by acknowledging that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. And we thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and Blackfoot peoples. And we acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuits south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from all around the world to share Edmonton as a home. Together we call upon our collective honor, traditions, and spirits to work in building a great city today and for future generations. Before we get started, I'm also going to read out of the Council Code of Conduct an excerpt from Part E, Respectful Interactions. And that reads, Point 1, councillors will conduct themselves with decorum at all times, including while attending meetings, interacting with city employees, councillors' employees, and engaging with the public. Point 2, councillors who act as chair, and that's me today, of a meeting will, at the start and throughout the meeting, set expectations for appropriate decorum and conduct for all in attendance. And 3, councillors must not use harassing, offensive, discriminatory, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language, and I'll add actions about councillors, city employees, councillors' employees, or the public. So I'm going to keep that very close to heart. I've had feedback from a number of people in administration over the last few weeks about interactions in this room and at this table. And I include myself only in this, that I'm going to try very carefully to conduct myself with decorum and respect for everybody in this room. I'll now do a roll call, first of all, of committee members. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi.
Good morning.
We're also joined by our Utility Committee Advisor, Mr. Beckett. Good morning, Mr. Beckett. And I believe we're joined by a few other councillors. I'm just going to skim through the list. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Who else am I seeing? Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And that's all I see. If there's anybody else that I've missed, I'm sorry. Please speak up. I will take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette, do you mind muting yourself, please? Thank you. And please vote on adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
And we're just missing your vote, Mr.
Oh, just me. Well, I'm a yes as well.
Perfect. We have all the votes.
And apologies, Mr. Chair, just getting a little snack. My bad.
Oh, that's okay. If you were here, you could share your snack with all of us. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Adoption of the minutes of the February 4th Utility Committee. Take a motion for that. Well, I'll move that then. Approval of the minutes of the February 4th, 2022 Utility Committee. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any. So we'll move to selection of items for debate.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
in the absence of Volunteers, I will select items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I think that's all the items we have on this agenda. Not seeing anything for 5.1. So I'll take a motion to move item 5.1.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
In favor.
We're
Also
just
in-
sending out the vote now. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 7-0. Madam Chair, do you want to just review that item we've approved so far today?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Utility Committee has passed the recommendation in the following report. Without debate, item 5.1, Watershed Management Update, North Saskatchewan River Regional Plan Status Update, has a revised due date of November 4th, 2022. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Requests to speak. I have the list. If any others want to move that?
I'll move. You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Good,
Sorry.
okay.
Yes, thank you.
I will move that the Utility Committee hear from the following speakers in panel when appropriate on 6.1 Single-Use Item Reduction Strategy. Sonja Ucharko, Edmonton Meals on Wheels, remotely participating. Riley Whitview, River City Events remotely. Sean Stepchuk, Waste Free Edmonton Society remotely. John McInnes, Earthware remotely. Christina Sidel, Recycling Council of Alberta remotely. And on 6.2, Multi-Unit Strategy, Alternative Business Model, Donna Monkhouse, Alberta Residential Landlord Association participating remotely. Miles Curry remotely. Liam Puremki, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 30 remotely. Bethany Friedeen, Devrug Group of Companies remotely. Paul Jones, REN Oxford Inc. remotely. Bernard Streeper, Avenue Living Communities Limited remotely. Sheila Odie, Broadwalk REIT remotely. Christopher Batdorf remotely. Mariah Samji, Infill Development in Edmonton Association remotely. Chelsea Jersak, Infill Development in Edmonton Association remotely.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote to hear from those speakers on those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0. Requests for time specific, I'm not aware of any. Councillor inquiries. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Again, I'm not aware of any. Very good. Then we will move then to item 6.1. And I believe that we'll have a presentation from administration. There's no one in the room from administration today, so not sure where we're heading with that.
Mr. Chairperson, we're all online, and Dennis Jubinville, our branch manager for Waste Services, will kick off the presentation as soon as it's loaded.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sebrick. And Mr. Jubinville, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So good morning, members of the Utility Committee and everyone here for today's discussion. With me is Jody Gable, our Director of Waste Strategy. Today, we will present the recommended plan to reduce single-use items in Edmonton. Next slide. The city first identified the need to reduce single-use plastics in the 25-year waste strategy, which was approved in September of 2019. The waste strategy called for a bylaw to ban plastic bags and plastic straws with the target timeline of January 1st, 2021. This was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. During the development of the Waste Reduction Roadmap in 2020, administration identified the need for a more holistic approach to reducing single-use items. Rather than committing to a specific type of restriction for specific types of plastic, the roadmap committed to developing a single-use item reduction plan, encompassing regulatory and non-regulatory actions for a wide range of single-use items. Public engagement conducted as part of the development of the 25-year waste strategy and the waste reduction roadmap showed that the majority of Edmontonians support programs that will keep more waste out of the landfill, including restrictions on single-use items. With the approval of the roadmap, the Utility Committee specifically requested that a single-use item reduction plan be aligned with, but not delayed by, expected related regulations from the federal and provincial governments. The federal regulations focus solely on single-use plastic items, whereas the city's plan addresses single-use items made of any kind of material. This is because there are negative impacts associated with single-use items made of all materials. Provincial extended producer responsibility regulations will focus on capturing items for recycling rather than recycling those items. While recycling is an important component of zero waste framework, waste reduction is the ultimate goal in the city's plan and recommendation bylaw direction. I will now hand it over to Ms. Gable, who will outline the specifics of the plan in more detail. Next slide.
Thank you, Dennis. So this slide illustrates the estimated amount of reduction potential associated with single-use items in Edmonton. These numbers include items made of paper, plastic, bamboo, and other materials, as Dennis has alluded to. In addition to the estimated 450 million single-use items that are disposed in the garbage each year, additional single-use items such as paper and plastic shopping bags, takeout containers are also found in the recycling stream and in litter, and those items are not included in this estimate. Littering is especially harmful, and the consequences include the proliferation of microplastics in the environment, habitat damage, and costs associated with cleaning up litter and clogged storm drains. The objectives of the plan that we present today are to reduce waste generation in support of Edmonton's goal of zero waste, to reduce terrestrial and aquatic litter, and to reduce the overall impacts associated with the production, distribution, use, and disposal of single-use items. This objective in particular is related to the city's goal of climate resilience. These objectives need to be met while mitigating potentially disproportionate impacts on equity-seeking groups, such as those working low-wage jobs, those experiencing homelessness, and single-parent households, as well as those who may use certain types of single-use items, such as flexible plastic straws, to meet accessibility needs. Economic impacts on businesses, consumers, and city administration were also considered when developing the plan and our recommended bylaw direction. I'll go to the next slide. Edmonton's plan to reduce single-use items describes these overall objectives along with guiding principles associated with reducing single-use items, as well as the need for regulatory measures, voluntary measures, support programs, and widespread communication and outreach. The plan also specifies how progress will be monitored and establishes reduction targets. The recommended bylaw direction is provided as attachment 2 to today's report. The recommended direction more clearly articulates the proposed scope of the future bylaw and reflects a balance of environmental ambition and practicality. It was developed based on engagement input, GBA plus analysis, jurisdictional scans, local market research, and the objectives of the single-use items plan. As the specifics of a bylaw have not been previously discussed by Utility Committee or Council, this document is intended to solicit your feedback before a bylaw is drafted and brought forward to public hearing. The draft bylaw will reflect today's discussion on the recommendations. The table on the next slide, which we'll bring up, shows the recommended bylaw direction. 4 types of single-use items have been recommended for inclusion in the bylaw. These single-use items were chosen based on strong public support for restrictions, the availability of reusable alternatives, precedent in other jurisdictions, voluntary reduction efforts by industry, prevalence in litter and public space waste containers, and a lack of recyclability. Please note that PPE, plastic single-use items such as masks, are excluded. The approach to regulating is twofold for bags, pardon me. A ban on plastic shopping bags will eliminate the most harmful form of bag litter, and fees on paper and new reusable bags will incentivize waste reduction. It is also recommended that foam serviceware be banned. While this is also part of the proposed federal regulations, the city can provide support to businesses in order to help them transition to the regulations that are expected from the federal government. Accessory items such as utensils, straws, stir sticks, napkins, and prepackaged condiments are often not needed by customers, sometimes making them zero-use items. Making them available on request means that they can still be provided when needed, but is expected to reduce costs for businesses and reduce their prevalence in Edmonton's litter streams and waste. Single-use drink cups also offer an opportunity for significant reduction. The recommended direction for cups has been developed in consultation with Alberta Health Services and focuses on reducing barriers for accessing and using reusable cups in restaurant settings. If this approach proves to be less effective than desired, the city may in the future recommend additional steps to reduce the use of disposable cups, but is pleased to be able to set the stage for reusable cup share services, which are considered really critical to achieving meaningful reductions in single-use cups in the long term. The second part of the recommended approach is intended to ensure residents are empowered to reduce waste when they choose to bring their own cups to restaurants. In addition to these proposed regulations, voluntary programs will be introduced for some single-use items that are not covered by the bylaw, such as takeout containers. Administration will engage with businesses to encourage them to adopt reusable serviceware and to use serviceware that is locally recyclable. I'll move to the next slide. As mentioned, GBA Plus analysis was embedded into the evaluation of these options. The analysis revealed the impact that some approaches to reducing single-use items, such as fees to disincentivize use, can have on equity-seeking groups. The bylaw is structured to avoid fees when they pose a significant inconvenience that doesn't achieve the waste reduction ambition the plan is set to achieve. Cups, in particular, are reduced through their availability of cup share programs that we hope to see introduced in Edmonton in the future. Similarly, some single-use items are used by people with accessibility needs. Rather than ban plastic straws, the city's approach recognizes that some people need a flexible plastic straw to consume nutrition and beverages. Under the recommended bylaw direction, plastic straws are grouped with other accessories and will continue to be available on request at businesses that choose to provide them. It is not within the city's authority to mandate the availability of plastic straws, but we also do not wish to limit their availability from what is currently available. Finally, this last slide shows the timeline to complete the work that has been completed to date and the planned path forward. Based on feedback from Utility Committee and City Council, administration will begin work on a bylaw, which will require a public hearing, which is anticipated in the second or third quarter of this year. Administration recommends that a one-year transition period be incorporated into the bylaw. The transition period will be used to help residents and businesses prepare for the bylaw, and administration will undertake work during that period, including further engagement with equity-seeking groups to inform the development and implementation of support programs. While not-for-profit organizations serving vulnerable populations have already been engaged, administration has deferred direct engagement until there is clear direction on the bylaw details from City Council. The transition period will also be used to create and implement comprehensive communication and outreach programs. Preliminary conversations with business improvement areas and the WEG Ambassadors program have taken place, and their business connections will be leveraged in addition to the extensive network of other members of administration. The bylaw is scheduled to come into effect late in 2023, assuming these timelines are adhered to, again, giving businesses time to adjust to the proposed initiatives. That concludes our presentation today, but of course, we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll now turn to our registered speakers. Now, I understand that Christina Seidel has got a family matter to attend to, so with the approval of my committee members, we'll go to Ms. Seidel first. Go ahead, Ms. Seidel.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you start,
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've forgotten a step in my process here. So just for everybody's understanding, for each item, administration may provide opening remarks, and we've heard those remarks. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council. There are timer lights for the people in council, green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may want to keep your own timer. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the clerk, office of the city clerk, using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration. Thank you. And with that, Ms. Seidel, the floor is yours for 5 minutes. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Christina Seidel. I am the Executive Director of the Recycling Council of Alberta. And we are a charitable organization with the mission to advance a circular economy through primarily waste reduction. And so obviously this is a topic that is of great interest to us. We work a lot with municipalities, including the city of Edmonton. A good example of that is last year we actually worked with the city to develop a circular economy roadmap that will actually has ideas for how the city can move forward to develop circularity from a city perspective. So we're always really happy to work with the city and recognize great initiatives like what you're advancing here. So I want to clearly say that we are strongly supportive of the single-use item reduction strategy that has been put forward. This is a great initiative from an environmental perspective, certainly from a waste reduction perspective. One of the reasons why we're so positive about it is that it really follows the waste management hierarchy. And the waste management hierarchy basically suggests that we always look at the most environmentally beneficial waste options. And the big one is reduction. And that's what this is about. So the fact that this initiative actually prioritizes reduction is very positive from our point of view. I have to say, and I think you probably really got that impression as well from the presentation you just heard, that this strategy appears to be very well thought out. It was well researched, did the right things in terms of looking what's happened in other places. So from a planning perspective, it's very, very positive. I do also want to mention that it's also very smart because it gets you ahead of the Environment Canada and Climate Change Initiative that is supposed to be coming later this year. So getting out ahead of that, I think, is a very clever planning move as well, in addition to the reasons, obviously, for doing it based on the benefits for the city. So that's, I mean, again, we are so strongly supportive of this that we just want to recognize the city's initiative and that it is a very positive move. So we strongly recommend that you actually accept this strategy, and we will assist in any way going forward to help to get it implemented. So thank you very much for the time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seidel. We'll go next now to Sonia Zaharko from Edmonton Meals on Wheels.
Good morning. Nice to see everybody here. As mentioned, my name is Sonia Zaharko, and I'm here as the new Executive Director of Edmonton Meals on Wheels. I've only been here a short time, just under 2 weeks, and today I'm asking you to consider an exemption for our organization regarding single-use shopping bags. Next slide, please. First, a little background about our organization. Edmonton Meals on Wheels, as many of you might know, provides essential meal and grocery delivery service to thousands of the city's most vulnerable through our mission of feeding body and soul. Next slide, please. In 2021, over 1,200 volunteers contributed in excess of 51,000 hours preparing, packaging, and delivering fresh meals and groceries throughout the city. Each month, our volunteers deliver approximately 8,400 meal packages and frozen orders. Our volunteers deliver more than just a meal. Daily wellness checks and building social connections with clients are as vital to quality of life as the nutritious, tasty meal. Next slide, please. As you'll see from this picture here, each of our meal packages is currently packed into one of these compostable bags and is delivered that way daily. Next slide, please. The impending mandate to ban single-use shopping bags is impactful to our operations, to our volunteers, our clients, and all of those here at Meals on Wheels, based on the following slide here. The cost of reusable bags. Many of our clients receive multiple meals each week. And for us, it's unrealistic to upcharge our clients, many of whom are seniors and or on a fixed income, for these reusable bags. While I understand there is a plan for a grant for nonprofits like us for the immediate time, this cost cannot be absorbed by our organization or our clients in the long term. Moving on to hygiene and safety, same slide. Given that fresh food is contained in each of these bags, a new bag would be required for each and every client delivery. For hygienic reasons, the hope to reuse bags or accept donated bags, as indicated by the city, that's really not feasible for us as an option. We really need to maintain that safety and hygiene for our clients. And lastly, we can't really see there really isn't an adequate suitable alternative for us. Paper bags are not viable given that condensation from the food that we prepare and the ice packs that we use negatively impacts the integrity of the bags. Next slide, please. Edmonton Meals on Wheels is seeking consideration for an exemption to the city's plan to ban single-use shopping bags, given our unique service and the vulnerable clients that we serve. We're committed to supporting the health of our staff, clients, and volunteers. Next slide, please. Again, as always, we welcome you to come and visit Meals on Wheels, if that would help in this consideration. I'll leave you today with an open-ended invitation to members of city administration and members of the Utility Commission to deliver meals and experience the impact of the work that we do and the possibility of the impact that the impending single-use ban will have on us. I'm open to any questions you might have as well.
Thank you, Ms. Zaharko. We'll now move to Riley Witu. I hope I've got your name right, from River City Events. And following that, we'll have Sean Stepchuk from Waste Free Edmonton Society. Mr. Witu, over to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Riley Witu, and it is my pleasure to present to the Utility Committee here today. I am the Marketing and Communications Specialist at River City Events, a full-service rental and event production company specializing in rentals, planning, design, and tents. Since 2007, we've been a part of thousands of events, and in doing so, have worked with, sponsored, and provided services to thousands of Edmonton businesses, nonprofits, and organizations. We know firsthand the impact of single-use items and the waste they can cause at these events, and we also know how easy and cost-effective it can be to forgo these items entirely. I'm speaking to you all today in support of the plan to reduce single-use items and to detail how we can help support it through our existing rental models and infrastructure, as well as potential paths forward. There are quite a few ways in which we can help when it comes to ridding the use of foam cups and containers and providing accessories like reusable cutlery, napkins, and more. But what I really wanted to focus on is our existing and potential rental models to address the plan's motion for dine-in beverage orders and reusable cups. Our current rental model can easily provide affordable reusable drinkware to any size event. For example, the cost to rent 100 water goblets comes in at about $48. If each table has approximately eight guests at this hypothetical event, you might be looking at about 13 pitchers, and the cost is about $23 for the day. These expenses are negligible for most organizations. Further, River City Events has invested into environmentally friendly infrastructure and processes. For example, our dispatching software allows us to plan and monitor our delivery routes to ensure maximum fuel efficiency. Our Wexio Dish 213 commercial dishwasher reuses gray water to rinse, reuses energy from the dishwashing process for heating, and takes 2/3 less detergent than standard dishwashers. The result is pristine, clean, and COVID-free dishes. Consequently, our options to replace disposable cups are both attainable and sustainable, from leaving the warehouse to returning to the shelf. We know that with supports, there are even more opportunities to evolve our rental models and create more solutions for Edmonton businesses. For example, our suppliers have suggested double-walled cups and reusable to-go tumblers. These products are 100% BPA-free, break-resistant, and commercial dishwasher safe, and would make an excellent option for festivals and venues where durability is a concern. To address the needs of restaurants serving dine-in beverages, another potential opportunity is for River City Events to act as a source that bulk buys reusable beverage containers at minimum price points for distribution throughout the entire city. With their 65,000 square foot facility and warehouse staff, we can store and make these products readily available for Edmonton businesses at the cheapest price points available. These options are of interest. We're, of course, eager to engage in further conversations and come up with a homegrown Edmontonian solution for the implementation of this plan. Ultimately, with River City Events' current and potential bit rental models, we're excited to do our part in reducing the use of single-use items and making the plan attainable for businesses and organizations in Edmonton. We have the options to keep reusable items such as dinnerware and catering equipment in the budget of almost any event, and we have the investments, policies, and infrastructure to prepare our inventory in the most environmentally efficient ways available. With further investments, we can expand into a source of durable, reusable beverage containers for the entire city. We encourage the city to move ahead with this mandate and to a cleaner, better future. Again, I'm Riley, and thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you very much for your comments. We'll now move to Sean Stepchuk, followed by John McInnes. Mr. Stepchuk, will you go? Have we lost Mr. Stepchuk?
I see that he is online.
Can you not hear me? I'm connected through the phone.
Okay, now we can hear you. Yep, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies about that. My name is Sean Stepchuk, and I'm a co-founder and director of Waste Free Edmonton. We're a grassroots organization founded in 2018, and we work to significantly reduce the amount of waste produced in Edmonton. Our work is 100% fueled by passionate volunteers. And we've presented before this committee a number of times over the last few years. I want to start by thanking the city for developing the proposed single-use item reduction strategy. For too long, the focus in the city has been on finding better ways to divert the waste that is created from landfills, rather than avoiding creating the waste in the first place. While diversion is important, the focus should be on reducing the amount we produce, use, and consume at the front end. That way, there's less waste being created in need of diversion. Now, there's many types of waste in need of source reductions, but the single-use items being addressed in the proposed strategy are one very important subset. I could spend all my allotted time just discussing the environmental, human health, and financial impacts created by our reliance on single-use items. However, the documents prepared by administration, including the council report, do a very good job of summarizing the enormity of this issue, so I will not belabor the point. One thing I'd like to add, though, is that as pointed out in the council report, single-use items all consume materials and energy that could be avoided if single-use items were not used. For many single-use items, this means consumption of fossil fuels, which have significant climate impacts. While it doesn't appear in the council report, I will remind this committee that the city declared a climate emergency, and this should be kept in mind when deciding whether or not to recommend approval of this strategy. I will also note that these single-use items are really the low-hanging fruit when it comes to waste. I'd ask you to think about the actual benefit of these items. Think about people drinking from a disposable plastic cup for 10 minutes while sitting in a coffee chain, while reusable mugs have been used for thousands of years, since the Neolithic period. Straws are put into every drink at some establishments at an added cost to the business, when the vast majority of people wouldn't even notice if there was a straw in there or not. Drawers in our homes are filled with unneeded and unwanted plastic cutlery merely because they're thrown into every takeout order automatically. The fact is that the negative impacts of these items are high, reusable substitutes are readily available, and the benefit of these items in our lives is minimal. Now, with respect to how to reduce single-use items, there's a number of options, and Waste Free Edmonton has presented a framework to this committee in previous years, outlining a number of methods that our research showed would be effective. The proposed strategy contains many of our recommendations. However, I will note that some of the recommendations have not been included, including fees on cups, mandatory measures in relation to takeout containers, and efforts for the city to reduce waste at city-run venues, such as by implementing zero-waste sporting events at Commonwealth Stadium. Something that I'll note would be great to see in conjunction with a major sporting event, let's say the World Cup. And while we have some reservations about these things missing, city administration has explained quite well the rationale behind why these items are not included at this time. So while the strategy doesn't reflect all of our recommendations, it's a tailored, well thought out, reasonable strategy that we feel meets the needs of many corners of Edmonton. Most importantly, we believe that it will have a real and substantial impact on reduction of waste in Edmonton. As such, Waste Free Edmonton fully and strongly supports the implementation of the single-use item reduction strategy as it's currently drafted. And we urge this committee to recommend its approval to City Council and to direct City Administration to develop the single-use items bylaw based on the recommended bylaw direction. So once again, I'd like to thank the city for making waste reduction a priority. I appreciate your time and consideration on this important issue, and I will be available for questions if you have any for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stepchuk. Appreciate you being here today. Mr. McInnes, you're our final speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Utility Committee, for allowing me to speak today. It's interesting. I'm based down in Calgary, and on my way in this morning, I stepped over another takeout container, and I realized again why I got into the business that I'm in. My name is John McInnes. I'm the CEO of Earthware, a return for reuse container service for restaurant and grocery takeout. We're based in Calgary, and we're coming to Edmonton in the next few months. Essentially, what we do is we stock restaurants with reusable containers, and then they're delivered to people in their takeout meals. And also, we're in grocery now. They're delivered via takeout meals, and then people return the containers to us. We wash them in the commercial facility and then restock the restaurants and grocery. I'm very pleased to support the proposed single-use reduction strategy in Edmonton. You're joining many municipalities and countries around the world who started their journey in the same way you have, eventually moving all the way to eliminating single-use takeout items. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time supporting your plan to educate the public on other items that are not a better solution because they end up filling landfills as well and do not actually break down as hoped, like compostables. So in Edmonton, compostable items actually are diverted to landfill most of the time, if not all of the time. And so this is a hole that is maybe being filled by a not so desirable replacement. I think that a lot of the restaurants and grocery that we speak to feel that they're doing the right thing when in actual fact, these containers are ending up in landfills the same as a plastic item or an aluminum item or any other single-use item, and they take a very long time to break down. So the promise of a natural solution hasn't worked yet. The only real and eventual solution is moving to reusable containers, as many municipalities and countries already have. I encourage Council to consider how to support restaurants and others who wish to move to reusable container services like ours. The initial cost is high for them. The results will be millions of containers not going into your landfill, reducing your costs of processing, and the immense environmental benefits are almost immeasurable. I'd like to thank you again for letting me speak today, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McInnes. That concludes comments from our speakers. So we'll now move to questions. I'm going to channel my inner Mayor Choi. Questions for information and clarity of our speakers. Councillor Paquette selected this item, so we'll go to you first, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. let's see, and I don't have the list of names in front of me. I am so sorry. You're representing Meals on Wheels.
That was,
That would be me, yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Ms.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking for your face, but here we are. Well, thank you for your presentation. I was just, I have been out with Meals on Wheels, and you do such incredible work. So thank you for that. My question is, in other you may not have this answer, but in other municipalities, programs like yours do operate municipalities that have moved toward this single-use ban. So I'm just wondering if you have information on how they're handling it or what changes they've made.
Yeah, I can speak to Calgary most specifically. I know they did move originally to cardboard boxes at Meals on Wheels Calgary, but then had to move back to the plastic bag option as well because it was just easier for the personalized service that they provide. So it's not just ourselves in this type of delivery service that's experiencing the same challenge, but I know that Calgary is as well. I haven't had the chance in my first 2 weeks to do a broader environmental scan, but I do plan to do that as well.
Okay. And so one of the things I think we can do is probably ask this question of administration as well, and I'll do that. But what I'm hearing is that what you would prefer, barring any other practical solutions, is just that there are some minor exemptions made for service delivery like yours.
That would be my hope. And again, considering the number of meals that we're delivering every day, the ability to stack using a bag of, like a plastic bag or something that's easily compressed so that we can, pack more meals into bins to get to our volunteers, all of that is really important for us. That's why something like a box doesn't work. So I would really hope that we could consider a conversation where an exemption might be considered.
Okay, and well, and maybe it's that. Maybe there's another solution. I actually don't know.
Absolutely, and I'm open to those suggestions and questions.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I'll go, Christina, Ms. Seidel, I see you're still here. Really appreciate your presentation. You mentioned that you thought it was a good idea for us to be getting ahead of the federal regulations, and I don't disagree at all. Just wondering if there's any risks or anything that we need to be mindful of to ensure that does dovetail nicely, that it doesn't create conflict as the federal regulations are coming in.
Yeah, that's such a good question in terms of how, if you actually waited, how would the federal regulations then impact you? And this is something that an administration actually might have more information on this, but Environment Canada so far has been somewhat silent on this. But if we look at what they've done historically, they are not going to preempt something that is trying to achieve the same goals that they were trying to achieve. So my suspicion, even though this has not been 100% clarified, but my suspicion is that you'll get somewhat of a buy because you already have your own regulation.
Oh, perfect. So there's an advantage to us having a made in Edmonton solution because then we won't have the federal imposed. Okay, thank you. That's a really helpful clarity. Just back to Mr. Whitue, and thank you also to Mr. McInnes. It's really exciting to hear that the businesses and technologies and processes to support this are out there. So really, really excited to hear about both of your businesses. But just wondering, I'm thinking about right now, my understanding is that we wouldn't apply this for food courts, for example, that those would be considered to-go venues, whereas I think that there's maybe an argument that they could be to stay. So just wondering, Mr. Whitue, if you could speak to, whether you think your model would work in a food court setting. Would that be appropriate?
Currently, with our current existing rental models, I do not think that we would be able to supply. These restaurants and food courts, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. I apologize.
No, and that's okay. And maybe not even, your specific company. And Mr. McInnes, please feel free to weigh in as well. But just if you think that there are potential solutions that could work in a food court setting to reduce single-use implements in that setting.
So we have restaurant partners in food courts today. Really what it comes down to is the restaurants choose to either have it a choice to use a reusable container, and then it's up to the customer to return them. We've just gotten approval to add a deposit to these, so that should help return of them. But this solution was built to kind of fit every situation, much like a bottle or a can that you see. And Alberta actually has the highest return rates in the world, so it's kind of set up for this type of service.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think that's certainly a model that I think we can build on. So I'll be asking administration some more questions on that. But thank you to all of the speakers. Really appreciated each and every one of your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the presenters for your excellent points. And I agree with many of you. This was a very, I was actually quite impressed by the report itself. I guess, Ms. Seidel, a question for you. You work with a lot of municipalities. Are you seeing others in the province who are moving in a similar direction, given kind of what is coming down from the province and the federal government?
Yes, certainly. It's being discussed in a number of municipalities, including the City of Calgary, who have indicated that they plan to move forward as well. So, I mean, I think Edmonton can be proud as the leaders in Alberta on this, but definitely you're going to see numerous other municipalities follow.
Yeah, no, that's great to hear from you. I mean, I think that, certainly having more municipalities and the regional buy-in will further contribute to the success of this implementation. And then I guess at the level, at the Recycling Council of Alberta level, you will be able to create opportunities to kind of, I guess, for that learning opportunity with other cities?
Yes, and that's a fair question in terms of what role we play, because we're an advocacy group. So we will continue to advocate for this type of measure in municipalities as well as any other organizations. But the other thing that we do a lot of is education. So we have been including this topic in our conference, for example, and we definitely will be doing it again. So we definitely want to feature these kind of initiatives in our education initiatives so that you then become like a model for other municipalities to follow.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much. To Ms. Zacharko, please. I guess I'm also just wondering, for some of these concerns, have you had a bit of that interaction with administration in terms of walking through kind of the specific needs your organization faces? The report talks about a grant to support nonprofit organizations in overcoming some of those challenges. Have you explored that?
Yeah, so I think that grant is a great opportunity in the short term. I'm not sure about the longevity of it, but that cost to our clients, is just significant. So considering the number of meals that many of them might receive in a day, so for us to absorb that cost wouldn't be an option, or our clients. A grant would be appreciated, but yeah, I guess that would be considered.
And then have you sort of had some of these preliminary conversations with administration around just the specific challenges? And I'm assuming you've done some kind of that brainstorm together to say how can we overcome the use of plastic bags.
Absolutely, and we've had those one-on-one conversations with council members and otherwise. But yeah, we've tried our best to seek out other options. And again, if there's members of this call today that have some other options that they think might be feasible for us, I would recommend or appreciate a call out as well.
Yeah. I think I hope others on the call are listening to this for follow-up. And I guess my last question is to Mr. McInnes. So just so I understand, the containers that you're creating are compostable?
No. So our containers, and I sort of have a few of them here. They're polypropylene number 5 plastic. They can last up to about 1,000 washes.
Gotcha.
Or more. We're finding now more. And so the idea is to replace single-use containers, all single-use takeout containers, with reusable ones. And so my point about the compostable is they're not actually compostable. There isn't really a governing body around compostable. And so what happens is we get a lot of containers that, and Edmonton really can't take any of them, but we get a lot of containers from around the world that are shipped into Alberta and Edmonton and Calgary that say they're compostable when they aren't. They don't break down the way we hope.
Gotcha.
So that was my point about the compostable. Ours is a replacing of the containers altogether.
And I think earlier the Meals on Wheels in Calgary had come up. I'm just curious if you kind of being in Calgary, have you had those conversations about supporting organizations in overcoming those challenges?
Absolutely, yeah. We've been in talks back and forth with Meals on Wheels, and quite frankly, the biggest issue that we have is that they're much larger than us at this point, and so eventually we'll come up with a way to support them. And also getting the containers back is a bit of an issue. So while this service will absolutely work for Meals on Wheels, I think we've just got a little bit more work to make sure that they're that we're able to support them the way they need.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm out of time, actually, but I'm glad to see conversations is happening.
Yeah, sorry.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, and thank you to administration for all their hard work on this. When I was reading it, I felt like this is a really good start and a move in the right direction. I wanted to ask guest Stepchuk a little more about, so as I was looking at the Waste Free Edmonton site, there already was a proposed framework for the City of Edmonton's single-use plastics bylaw. It contains styrofoam, straws, stir sticks, takeout containers, a number of other concerns. And I just wanted to ask, if you were to sort of benchmark the recommendation today against the Waste Free Edmonton proposed bylaw, how is it doing?
It's a great question. It's doing very well. One of the things that are missing are the fees on cups, but the fact is that the plan as set forth by city administration is a fantastic first step in that it's really designed to set up the infrastructure and get businesses and individuals even more used to the reusable and ensure that you have it at least in the dine-in setting. And then depending on how that goes, a fee can always occur downstream. So it's not like it's something that's completely necessary right now. And I think that the administration's proposal in that respect is fantastic. With respect to containers, right now the only thing being proposed is voluntary measures. And yeah, we would like to see something more than that. For example, a requirement that businesses have to accept customer reusables if they bring them in, like the requirement is for cups in the proposal. I understand that the administration has reasons for not having that in that there's a lack of guidance currently from Alberta Health Services with respect to containers. But again, that's something that we'd like to see now, but relative to the what's being proposed, it's relatively minor. And hopefully the voluntary measures will have an impact. And if not, that could be re-examined a couple of years down the road, especially once we see businesses like Earthware coming into the market. Right now, we don't have that in Edmonton. But once Earthware is here, it makes it enormously more available and easy for businesses to switch to reusables and to phase out single-use containers.
How about the pacing? Are we going fast enough?
Well, I know COVID certainly had a bit of an impact on things moving forward. I'd like to see it quicker, of course. I mean, the fact is that if we're looking a year from now, that's another 450 million single-use items that are going into the Edmonton waste management system instead of being avoided. But that said, we have seen progress. I think the city's done a very good job what they are proposing. I think that people and businesses are ready for this, and you don't need to wait a year. But if that's the case, then so be it.
We do have the option as a committee to refer it back to administration, where we could ask for fees on cups, looking at the containers, looking at expediting the process. Is that your preference, or would you rather see us sort of pass this on to council and move forward today?
We recommended that this be moved on in its current form, rather than delaying things to go back and look at things further. I think administration has looked into those issues. The one thing I would certainly like to see is the requirement of businesses to accept customer reusables if they bring them in. But as it is right now, this is a very well thought out plan that will be very effective in reducing waste in Edmonton, and that's really what the main thing is here.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Stepchuk. Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate all the speakers who came out today, and of course administration for this really comprehensive report. I'm actually going to pick up with Mr. Stepchuk as well. I wanted to dig in a little further around sort of the ability to use this as a starting point with opportunities for future evolution and adaptation. In your experience, is there a point at which there's more friction when it comes to that transition? It sounds like, as you mentioned, these are the items that are considered low-hanging fruit from your perspective. But it feels like there's other items that could potentially be low-hanging fruit as well. Where would we run up against a little bit more, I guess, of a pinch point in your experience?
Well, I think that with individuals, as with any change that's brought in, I mean, take the city carts, for example, there's always going to be some reluctance to change. But as we've seen with the city carts, people can change very quickly, and especially when the impact on their lives is minimal. And that's why I talk about this low-hanging fruit. If you were to ask someone who went out to a restaurant yesterday if they had a straw in their drink or not, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't remember, probably, because it's just that little importance to people. So I think that you're going to see a lot of, within a very short time, a lot of people being very happy with this, and in some cases not even noticing. In municipalities where bags have been banned, for example, people are very quick to shift, because you know that no matter what store you go to, you're going to need to bring your reusable bag with you. And so it just becomes second nature, it becomes habit. So I think that you're going to see the vast majority of Edmontonians very okay with this very quickly. And from who we've talked to, most are already waiting for this. I mean, this has been a long time coming. I mean, we've been pushing for this since our inception in early 2018. So I think that there's further steps that could be taken. Single-use utensils could be banned. Is that necessary right now? No. We'll see in a couple of years if businesses have complied and how many people actually are requesting a packet of reusable, of single-use utensils when they're getting their takeout order. And I'm guessing the number is going to be very small, and we're going to see, assuming we have business compliance, very good on the ground results from this.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that answer. And I appreciate your perspective on that. And I guess just one quick follow-up then. So recognizing the preference is absolutely to move forward as soon as possible. In your experience, is there any sort of information or trends around municipalities who have taken that initial step? How long, or what does the timeline or scale look like on, I guess, expanding the scope of items that are included as we look to accelerate that transition?
Oh, I think in terms of like next steps looking forward, it depends on what kind of results the city is seeing. And if that number goes from 450 million single-use items all the way down to 3 million, well, then no further steps are needed. But if there's certain areas where we're not seeing much improvement, if people are still having a lot of takeout of cups and containers, and you're still seeing those in the waste management system, well, then I think that it needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Okay. there is no typical time frame for when the next steps would have to be taken, if they're even necessary.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, that speaks to sort of the ongoing monitoring work that's required. I want to just jump to, I believe it was Riley. Witu. I wanted to, I guess, dig in a little bit. Obviously, River City Events recognizes that this is a pretty big opportunity to be part of this transition. I guess I'm wondering how can we encourage other businesses to sort of see that opportunity as well? And do you think there's a role for that?
So the question is how other business can see the opportunities that are inherent within this. Well, it totally depends on the kind of business that we're talking about. I mean, I think that a lot of small restaurants are going to be very concerned about acquiring new inventory or commercial dishwashers, the means to actually implement this. And for them to get excited about this, there's definitely going to have to be support. Our rental models, we can't. It's not practical for us to wash another restaurant's dishes day in and day out here. So, I think McInnes has a great solution here with his products. We can support events and we can potentially distribute reusable cups as well if we buy them in bulk. So I think with some financial supports for these particular industries like dine-in restaurants, particularly the mom and pop shops, that will make it a lot easier for them to get on board with the opportunities here.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. McInnes, I want to ask you a question related to the importance of the petrochemical sector in Alberta and the potential of economic growth in the product that you're producing. Because eliminating single use absolutely makes sense, it's good for the environment. I just want to, if we in Alberta, we produce durable, recyclable, and reusable plastic. I just want to get a sense from you. Do you see an economic growth potential in shifting our use from single use to more durable use?
Yeah, so I think the answer is what happens today is Alberta creates plastic, and that plastic is then shipped over across the seas to China, Taiwan, India primarily, and they create a product out of it. And then that product is then shipped back to us, which I think I actually think is a real loss to the Alberta economy, but also I think that Canada giving up a lot of its manufacturing is just not a good idea. These containers that we have are, even though it's an American company, they're built in Taiwan, probably using some Alberta plastic. Mm-hmm. And so what we'd love to see and what we plan to do is as we start to take over, and hopefully we're doing this globally, as we start to take over single-use containers, we'd like to see these created and manufactured in Alberta. Yeah. Okay. And we are working with Alberta Innovates to create our own line, and then we'll start selling them out. So I don't know if that helps or not.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's still going to reduce containers, which is kind of the overall goal. But if we can shift the manufacturing to here, great.
Yeah, no, this is something we can probably ask. This is going back to my federal days, right? And we were working with some of the petrochemical sector here for potential for local production. No, thank you for that. I want to ask a question to Sean Stepchuk about the exemption for equity-seeking groups to accommodate the needs of people with disabilities, people on low income, or people who are experiencing houselessness. Just want to get your perspective on that. And you okay with it?
Yes. And I mean, we have to realize that the goal here is it's waste reduction. We're not going to get 100% perfect. We're not going to eliminate everything. And that's one of the things that with waste that sometimes gets people, it's tough for people, like in their own household, is because they think that they need to be perfect. And it's not a goal of having a few people or a few areas doing it perfect. It's having everyone kind of do it imperfectly. And that applies to this. I mean, if Meals on Wheels, for example, is when it comes to the number of bags, they're a drop in the bucket compared to the 450 million items that the city report has mentioned. So if there's no other alternative, then having an exemption for particular groups, it could make sense. That said, I hear some of the concerns, like with the cleanliness and that, and I don't think that that's really a concern. I mean, things can be washed, bags can be cleaned, reusable bags, there's no safety issues with them. But if there are particular areas where there should be exemptions, then there should be exemptions.
Got it. Thank you.
Because it doesn't need to be perfect, at least not at this time.
Got it. Thank you so much, and thank you for your advocacy over the last number of years on this file. And just to Ms. Zacharko, I don't have any questions. Questions been asked that I had questions to you, but I really want to appreciate the work you're doing, and I'm a big fan of Meals on Wheels, along with many of our colleagues here, and been to your place and made some deliveries as well. So keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is also to Waste Free Edmonton. I have a couple questions for you. First of all, I love your take on it, and I really liked your response to Mayor Sohi on doing things imperfectly. But one of the things that I think about when we're in a climate emergency is have we been aggressive enough? Have we been bold enough? And one of the things I think about is single-use plastic packaging. So, for example, when you go to grocery stores, a lot of produce is still wrapped in saran wrap or, those same single-use plastic bags for your bell peppers. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think that should be contemplated as part of this bylaw?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And like I said in my initial presentation, there are many types of waste in need of source reductions. I can't, although I'm a lawyer by trade, I haven't looked into the issue. That there can be jurisdictional issues in terms of what the city is able to do with some of those packaging in terms of products that you buy in the store. But certainly, it's another huge issue. And again, in many cases, one that's very doesn't add much to our life. The over-packaging of products, the over-packaging of produce. So yes, we've been advocating for, and I definitely think that that's a big issue. And if the city ended up dealing with that, I would be 100% supportive of that, and our organization would. But in terms of each item, each type of product has its own reason for its packaging, and some of it makes sense. Some of it doesn't. So it's a separate yet very related issue. But yes, that's something that certainly also needs to be dealt with. Like I've said, with these single-use items, they're kind of the low-hanging fruit, but they're not. This doesn't solve the issue. Right?
Yeah.
This doesn't solve everything.
Oh, no.
But hopefully a part of doing this is that you're also, with the awareness and education, you're informing people, and people are learning about why waste in general is an issue. And so even if those packaging items aren't dealt with in this bylaw or strategy, hopefully the education component can teach people to think about their waste when they're making their purchasing and consumption decisions.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one to a point, but I think that again, we really have to start looking at waste reduction at a systemic level. And so if you go to a store and you want cucumbers and there's no way to buy cucumbers that are not in plastic wrapping, it's not really a choice, right? So I think there is that systemic level of waste reduction. And this is the great thing about, I think, the way that administration has brought this forward in terms of a strategy and a dialogue with committee to then go away and get that direction to make the bylaw. So I think while we don't know if we have jurisdictional ability, my hope would be that administration would potentially look at that opportunity there. I also really like that it's single use instead of plastic. However, one of the things that I'm also struck by, and I'd like your thoughts on this quickly, is a lot of reusable, like for example, grocery store bags are still made with plastic. And in fact, they're more heavily, environmentally heavily producing in terms of water consumption, those kind of things. And on average are only used about 14 times. So yes, it's not single use, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, is the amount of energy input to create those reusable bags and the amount of time they're used beneficial? I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
Yeah, and that is a huge concern. The key to a reusable product is it has to be reused and a sufficient number of times for whatever that product is made of, whatever its kind of footprint is. So that's part of why, with bags as an example, we've been recommending and advocating for, and the current proposal includes this, for a minimum fee on reusable bags, which I believe is then set to increase after a year. And the idea behind this is if reusable bags are cheap or like at some retail stores free, people are just going to use them very few times and it doesn't matter because they don't have to remember it because it only costs them 20 cents to get a new one. But if that bag is $2 or $3, and then now you're going to think more about reusing it. And hopefully the education component can teach people why that's important. But yes, that is a huge concern, is ensuring that reusable items are actually reused.
Okay, great. But let's deal with one problem at a time and then see the cascading things and deal with those as they come about.
Yeah, and I think with administration recommending on bags in particular, a minimum fee on reusable bags that's addressing it. Does it need to increase in the future? Well, possibly. We'll see. But it is being addressed on that particular issue.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm out of time. I appreciate your answers.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Maybe just following up on that a little bit, Mr. Stepchuk. You know, in the realm of overpackaged materials, you know, let me know if you agree with this. If we prohibit them in the city, that might actually result in those products not being available in the city. That might have the unintended consequence of people not being able to acquire those products. So is it better to chase those things down through extended producer responsibilities as opposed to a prohibition bylaw? Your thoughts?
Extended producer responsibility legislation, it depends on how it's dealt with. The key to that is that you have to have a significant reduction component. If it's just about getting more recycling, you're really not getting to the root of the problem. And recycling has a lot of issues of its own. Sure. Yeah, of course, there are potentially unintended consequences. If you in your example, if you ban plastic on cucumbers, well, maybe there's not as many cucumbers in Edmonton, but you'd have to get them more locally then, because local cucumbers don't have to last as long, and then they wouldn't have to be wrapped in plastic, just as an example. So yeah, there's many facets that should be looked at, but I think that it is a huge problem nonetheless. The packaging, unnecessary in many cases, and excessive packaging.
Right. Yeah, I think we're agreed on that. Thank you for your comments. To Mr. Whitto, just briefly, I heard you say, this comment just twigged with me. I heard you say that your dishwasher doesn't have the capacity to go washing other people's dishes. Did I kind of hear that correctly? Just as sort of an offside comment there?
Sorry, no, our dishwasher, we can't support a business day in and day out like a bit. It doesn't make practical sense. Our models are suited to support events, that have a truck come up to a restaurant every day, pick up their dishes, bring them back, wash them in our dishwasher, which could easily wash them, but it's that process of transporting them back and forth between the restaurant where it becomes a little impractical, and these places are going to have their own inventory and their own methods of cleaning their dishes.
Well, this might be a little bit weird for you, but have you heard of a company called Reef Technology? They're involved in essentially pop-up, stand-up things that would sit on parking lots. underused parking lots. So maybe there's an opportunity to set up a satellite dishwasher close to those places that are looking for dishwashing support. And maybe there's a business opportunity there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, what was the name of the company that you said there?
Reef, REEF Technology.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah, they do all kinds of things where they use underused parking lots for all kinds of stand-up, pop-up kinds of solutions, and they are, geez, I'm selling their pitch. I guess maybe I should be careful, but they're particularly with what City Council did last term with removing parking restrictions. There's all kinds of opportunities. So rather than bring the dishes to your kitchen, maybe you can bring the kitchen to the dishes. Just a thought.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the feedback.
I think that's all the questions we have for our speakers today. So thank you all for your submissions and for your participation today. We'll now move to questions of administration. However, before that, I'm going to move to our utility advisor and ask Mr. Beckett if he has any comments to start with. And then as we get into questions, we can ask questions of Mr. Beckett as well. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you're being asked to deal with here today is a policy issue more than a regulatory issue. If you recommend this proposal to council, council will, and if council approves, they'll set it as it'll be a policy under which your regulated utility waste management operates. There will be consequences to waste management of operating under a new policy, but those would be captured through a regulatory process, the annual rate filings. So other than that, I really don't have a lot to offer in the way of comments on this policy issue. It's fascinating, though.
Indeed, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Beckett. So, Councillor Paquette, you selected. You're first up.
Yeah, thank you. So, to administration, you've probably, well, first of all, I should point out that this committee meeting is not being brought to you by Reef Technologies. But to administration, you heard the concerns from Meals on Wheels and, the idea that maybe in other jurisdictions they've successfully been able to offer alternatives. I'm just wondering if there's any thoughts on that.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, we're pleased to hear from Ms. Zacharko, and especially given that she's new to the role, I expect that we'll be meeting very soon to talk about how to help Meals on Wheels continue to do the work that they do, even if a bylaw moves forward. The way that the bylaw recommendations have been presented, we actually don't intend to take away the plastic bags that Meals on Wheels is using under the proposed bylaw, but we do expect that the federal government's regulations will be eliminating both traditional plastic bags and compostable plastic bags. So our priority is rather to engage in the community early to look at what solutions can be put into place, how we can support, our social services agencies to be prepared for the transition that will be required under the federal regulations. And although we haven't worked on this specifically with Meals on Wheels since Ms. Zacharko joined, we have, for instance, had very productive conversations with the Mustard Seed, who offer similar programs. And we're confident that there are some options that we can try to support so that any social agency in the community is ready for what we expect will come down from the federal government. Councillor Tang had also pointed out we do have a grant program that we operate in conjunction with Capital City Cleanup, and we expect that that would potentially be a mechanism to, again, help support the transition that we expect will be required under the federal regulations.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's my only question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. I want to really appreciate the hard work of our city administration. We, as a community, we declared climate emergency and restricting the use of single-use items and promoting reuse absolutely not only reduces litter, keeps the waste out of landfills, but also help reduce emissions and keep our communities more healthy and clean. So I really understand the value and the hard work I want to appreciate. I do want to make sure that I want to reconfirm the accommodations that are necessary for equity-seeking groups. So I just want to get I want I want to pose that question. It's in the report. I just want that on the record that we are going to be accommodating people with disabilities and people who are experiencing houselessness and people who struggle with poverty.
Yes, and so happy to confirm on the record. I think, the requirements for plastic straws have been sort of most high profile in other jurisdictions that have looked to restrict single-use items. Want to be clear that the report and the work ahead does not imply that we fully understand all of the accommodations that may be required by equity-seeking groups. So it's an ongoing commitment of administration following the direction of the Utility Committee and City Council that we will be engaging with equity-seeking groups who we've already been in contact with and others to make sure that we're very clear on additional exceptions and support plans that may be required to make sure that we're really respecting the impact to all Edmontonians.
That is very good, and thank you for reinstating that and further engagement, because one thing I noticed from the number of speakers, people who are registered, we didn't have anyone from equity-seeking groups engaging with the committee. That could be two reasons. One, that you might have done a good job, or other reason that are barriers to be overcome for their participation. And I think it's probably more barriers than, so I would really appreciate that you're going to further continue to engage with them and get them involved in this. It will be very important for us to continue to hear those voices. On the education part, like how do you, if once the bylaw is in place and these exemptions are in place, how do you communicate that with the marginalized communities or communities that will be exempted? Because again, it goes back to not having access to all the communication means that people acquire their information from are not available to a number of marginalized equity-seeking groups.
Certainly, and I think that's where we rely a lot on really strong community partners, representatives of equity-seeking groups who help us to connect with audiences that we might not be directly connected through some of the traditional channels that we use to communicate with the general public. I mean, even recently being able to connect with Native Counseling Services of Alberta as an example, to have them give us advice on where we might have gaps in terms of how we're reaching the community. And those community partnerships are so important. And again, that's where we leverage the expertise and sort of the GBA plus commitment that exists throughout administration, so that we're relying on other business areas within the city to make sure that we're connecting with those who might not be immediately connected to waste as a utility.
Good. Want to shift my question to the target, the 20% target over 4 years. How do you come up with the number? Is that something that other municipalities looking at as well, or is it sufficient for us to? Is it good enough? Is it a good enough target for us to really make an impact? Looking at how much single-use items go and how much they're used, like 450 million items.
Yeah, I suppose, I echo Mr. Beckett's comments that this is a policy decision, really. So we could be asked to go further. We have looked at other jurisdictions to set the targets. And part of what that target represents is what we see as an opportunity to move much more quickly on single-use items than on overall waste reduction. So you may be familiar with the fact that in our waste reduction roadmap, which was approved by council last year, we're looking at a 20% overall waste reduction per capita in the city over a much longer time frame. We do see that there's an opportunity to reduce single-use items much more quickly. And we will be revisiting those targets if there's a chance to either pick up the pace because we're falling short, or we're starting to see that there's community capacity to go further. I think that's an ongoing conversation that we can have with Utility Committee and City Council. The next really obvious time would be when we renew the waste reduction roadmap, which is sort of the umbrella plan that guides this work. And that work will be doing work in 2024 to refresh that plan. So it may be that at that time we want to accelerate our pace.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the great report. It's really exciting to see this work move forward. I think similar to some of my colleagues' my inclination is to go faster and further, but really appreciate the thoughtful approach that's been taken. So I'm trying to organize my questions, but I may have to come for 2 rounds. I apologize. But just a few reflections on the proposed bylaws. So again, I just wanted to dig in a little bit more in terms of some of the differences around the different venues. So I still feel like food courts could work quite well for the exemption, could work quite well in terms of those being, to stay dining experiences. Just wondering if you could talk through some of the limitations or challenges that didn't lead to that recommendation for food courts.
Certainly. And I will say, I think for us, it continues to be an ambition to see food courts participate, perhaps on a voluntary basis. So I think some of the speakers had talked to the challenges about the fact that that is a number of different sort of restaurants and business license who are operating and would have to cooperate and sort of combine to install infrastructure. And in some cases, we actually expect that that may happen, and we're hoping that the market changes that we're able to drive through the original recommendations will make that more possible, and we'll see it on a voluntary basis. At the same time, we have heard about the challenges that may come with enacting that across the board, particularly on the timelines that we're recommending, knowing that it would be pretty short order for them to comply.
Yeah, and I wonder there if there's a space for considering the mall's business license in terms of what they're responsible for. So again, they could be that coordinating agency for the different businesses that are renting from their premises. But appreciate those challenges. Again, if nothing else, just areas where I think we can continue pushing. Also wanted to touch base on events. I think right now it was a bit unclear in the bylaw in terms of what the expectations were. Hearing from River City Events, it seems like there's the infrastructure in place to require reusable cups. So just wondering if that's something that, even just looking at the Commonwealth Stadium, I thought that was an excellent question. Just if there are opportunities to move faster in that direction.
Yeah, and I think counselors are familiar with the fact that even under the entire waste strategy, one of the things that we really look to do is lead by example. So when we look at major events or at big stadium venues, while we don't see it as an opportunity to again require those segments to comply in the timelines that we've proposed for the bylaw, we definitely again see that as an opportunity for the city to lead by example. And so if we're able to look at opportunities with Commonwealth Stadium as we get closer to a potential World Cup series of games, for instance, I think that would be a big win for the waste strategy. And some of that is work that we can do internally as administration. Great.
Also just wondering, assuming that food trucks are going to fall under sort of the takeout provision, so no styrofoam, what's the thinking with food trucks?
Yeah, and with styrofoam in particular, the recommendation is that it's banned across the board. And what we've heard, for instance, when we talk about timelines and whether next summer is fast enough, is that even the suppliers that provide those types of containers have seen a real sort of drop off a cliff in terms of the demand for those materials. So we're hearing lots of positive feedback about the alternatives that are already in place. And again, one of the reasons that for us the transition time is so important is that it gives us a chance to go out, not just to residents and equity seeking groups, but to businesses as well, and make sure that they're prepared to comply, that they have information that they might need on sourcing and transitioning in a way that keeps their customers safe and satisfied and helps with their bottom line.
Great. And then just wanting to touch on the question of the fees on containers, so for the reusable cups and containers. Again, it does seem, I know the report highlighted some of the challenges with administering that type of, the businesses would hold the deposit, as it were. But again, it seems like we have a really great model to work on in terms of our bottle return system in Alberta. So just wondering if there are opportunities you see, again, maybe in the future, but to have more of a deposit model on those types of containers.
So it just wouldn't be within city jurisdiction to require businesses to apply that deposit model. I think it is something that could potentially be looked at by other jurisdictions. But for us, when we look at fees, we know that we can't stipulate how those fees are used once they're collected. And for the context of Edmonton at this point, we were quite concerned about the number of businesses where there would be no alternative for Edmontonians to avoid that fee, and it would become a revenue generating item for the businesses. And then in terms of businesses where there may be an alternative in place, we didn't want to distort the market so that you are paying a fee on a cup at a restaurant, but you're not paying a fee on a cup at a gas station. And all of a sudden we're starting to distort how Edmontonians choose where they buy their morning coffee, as an example.
Thanks. I am sorry, I'll come around for a second round, but thanks very much for those responses.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much. And I just want to get into one specific question I had, just around consumer supplied reusable cups, and how it was mentioned that they might not be compatible with drive-through operations. Just want to understand that a little bit better. I'm just not seeing the incompatibility, I guess.
Yeah, and I think what we perhaps mean is that they're a challenge to implement in the short term. So we're pretty excited about the restaurants who are looking at reusables in a drive-through setting. And there are a number of pretty high-profile examples that have been in the news lately, whether that's A&W or Starbucks, really looking at making reusables the default even in a drive-through setting. But at the same time, I think Edmontonians are familiar with the fact that they often use a drive-through because they're trying to be incredibly quick. And the reality that we've heard from stakeholders like Restaurants Canada is that there isn't a solution in place that would let all drive-throughs really meet customer expectations around a drive-through setting and accept reusable cups at this time. So for us, we get pretty excited and impatient for some of the businesses that are working on this on a voluntary basis. And I think coming back to Mr. Stepchuk's comments, we're pretty confident that in some of the cases where we haven't recommended a regulation at this point, there are champions for waste reduction who are already acting on a voluntary basis, and we really want to support them and cheer them on and see what that means for the future of reducing single-use items in Edmonton.
Okay, great. That makes sense, because I am also familiar with some companies who are taking that step and being leaders in that space. But recognizing, in the short term, might not be viable to include. So thank you for that. I'm also wondering if admin could just really briefly touch on, I guess, some of the advocacy efforts that we've already undertaken around extended producer responsibility. I know that's a pretty big priority with Alberta municipalities, for example, and that has been ongoing work for several years now. And is there a need for sort of an additional boost in terms of advocacy efforts, direction? How are things going in that realm?
When we speak to the province about their work on extended producer responsibility, they've been imminently clear that it is incredibly high priority for the province. So we are expecting to see movement on that fairly quickly. And we do know that they're also very clear on the fact that, again, coming back to Mr. Stepchuk's comments, we want to see those regulations achieve not just a higher level of capture and recycling, but actual waste reduction. So we're quite optimistic about what that will mean for Edmonton and for the province. And on that topic, I know that the question about excessive packaging has come up. We are also one of a very small number of government implementation partners with what's called the Canadian Plastics Pact. So that's another instance where, although we're not necessarily acting at the municipal level, we're really trying to be an active participant in federal work to reduce excessive packaging, to really think about how plastics are used in the value chain for the products that Edmontonians are purchasing. And so because cucumbers have come up as an example, Bylaws is a partner in the Canadian Plastics Pact, they've already committed to reducing the overwrap that goes over 3 cucumbers, happens to be one of the ones that we can report on. And the work that we're able to do with the Canadian Plastics Pact, I think, will maybe not achieve really, really short-term impacts in Edmonton, but the benefit will be that those impacts will be felt across the nation. And so that's something else that we feel is really important to be participating in.
Okay, that's really exciting to know that work is ongoing. Just with my last minute here, I did want to talk a little bit about sort of the parallel work that's going on federally around federal regulations, and I guess it was asked of our speakers, but I wanted to hear from administration as to how you feel that's going to dovetail with the work we're doing, and also recognizing that there might be an expanded scope coming down the line from the federal government. There's a few questions here, but how will we maintain and ensure sort of that strong commitment to supporting equity-seeking groups, marginalized Edmontonians, if there might be, again, that expanded scope from the feds?
Yeah, so I'm pleased to be able to say that the level of collaboration and communication between the federal government and our team has been exceptional. And so we're pretty confident that we have some clear sense of where the federal government is going with their proposed regulations, and actually tentatively expecting to see publication of those within the next 6 weeks, which again will give us a lot of opportunity to look at our proposed bylaw before it comes to public hearing and make sure that there are no gaps or conflicts that we need to address before we're looking at recommending approval by City Council. We are aware of some instances where the federal regulations will potentially require us to be more thoughtful about how to address the needs of equity-seeking groups. So I've already mentioned the fact that although we're not looking to take away the plastic bags that may be required by Meals on Wheels at this time, we do expect that the federal government would be imposing a strict ban on compostable and traditional plastic bags. But we're confident, or at least we're committed to looking at opportunities to make sure that the equity impacts of those regulations are managed in a really thoughtful and empathetic way here in Edmonton.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I guess I want to start just to commend the work of your team. And as many of the speakers already said, this was really well thought out, really well researched. And, actually when I was going through the report, I often had moments where I'm like, oh, I had a question about this, but then that was answered in the next paragraph or so. So I just want to commend you on this work. I have some, I guess, specific kind of instances, if you can just help me clarify that. I'm hearing from seniors in the community who might be less mobile and rely on delivery services that's non-profit. And would this policy apply to those commercial like grocery delivery, for example? Don't they already charge for the bags that they will be delivering? I guess I'm wondering how do you alleviate some of those anxiety from people worry about greater cost on services that's not necessarily nonprofits?
Certainly, and I think some of that will be about us digging in and understanding a little bit further what Edmontonians might be experiencing. We do know that there are pretty large grocery chains, as an example, that are looking at transitioning to reusables even for their grocery services. And so, again, believe that there is opportunity there. Sarah Wilmot, who leads this work and deserves so much credit for how this is going today, talks about the fact that back in the day, she used to have a grocery delivery service that didn't use plastic bags, 10 or 12 years ago. Yeah. And so I think there are opportunities there. What we want to make sure that we're doing is not being too bold about assuming that we understand what all of the implications might be, and really looking at how we continue to support Edmontonians who are already potentially facing barriers for the for-profit grocery delivery services that they might be relying on, as an example.
No, that's excellent. I know Safeway, for example, right now no longer has plastic bags, period. Just in terms of, so this policy won't necessarily stop, say, grocery stores from selling styrofoam wares for private events. That is more kind of the EPR level. Is that right?
Yes, that's true. Although we are expecting that styrofoam is really going to be significantly reduced through the federal government's regulations. But there will be items, flexible plastic straws, as an example, where the federal government's proposed regulations, as we understand them right now, would allow those items to still be sold at a grocery store or pharmacy, as an example. It would just be that they might be sort of behind a counter by request, in a way that, back in the day, cigarettes transitioned to that kind of sales model.
Gotcha. And then kind of the last instance, just, those I thought I saw a line in the report in terms of those blue bags for recycling. Because I know I got a lot of this during the transition to the bin system. Is that going to be continuing under the federal regulation? And will we see a return of those blue boxes?
So the federal government's regulations will not, again, prohibit the sale of those sort of those grouped items that are sold at a grocery store for disposal of garbage or recycling. We do try to make sure that Edmontonians are aware. There are lots of streams of garbage that they can dispose of without a garbage bag. So if you want to put waste into your black cart, as long as it's not wet or dusty, that can go in there without a bag. Same is true of anything in the food scraps cart. For blue bags in particular, we're pleased that we're able to capture that film plastic through our materials recovery facility and divert it from the landfill. And then what we see with our system is that just the style of collection doesn't place volume limits for Edmontonians. It really lets us capture any contamination up front before it damages the recyclables set out by your neighbor. And there are lots of benefits that we're seeing from the use of those blue bags at this point. That said, we've talked about extended producer responsibility today. And as the provincial government makes progress on those regulations, it could be that a producer responsibility organization influences some change to how recycling is collected in Edmonton as well. So not sure about the future there necessarily, but for now, there are some significant benefits to the use of those bags in Edmonton.
Yeah, appreciate that response. And can you just remind me for that EPR at the province? Can't remember what the timeline is. But I think this year's engagement and sort of implementation is more looking at next couple years, right?
We're expecting regulations potentially by June, and then there would be sort of an 18 and a 24-month implementation cycle depending on the type of material that we're talking about.
Final 15 seconds, can you just touch on the AHS input? Because especially per Mr. Stepchak's comment about lack of guidance from AHS right now?
Sure, and I think what they've told us is essentially that they're confident that the regulations that we're proposing can be implemented without any risk to public safety. But one of the things that we keep very close to heart is the fact that there's also perception issues that we need to be ready to address. So even if reusables aren't a barrier to the health and safety of Edmontonians, we want to be also cognizant of the fact that there may be anxiety around reusables, especially given the COVID pandemic. But for now, really pleased again with the support that we've had from AHS and understanding how this will impact public health.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I wanted to get a sense of just the current regulations under the MGA, and I'm not sure if I quite understood this. Is there a limit on our ability to collect fees? And is there another approach we could consider that would enable the city to collect fees or direct them into some sort of an effort? Or is there some sort of a pooling that businesses could use with the fees to change practice or something? What are our options here?
I can jump into that. So Christina Hodgson from Legal Services. So unlike the provincial government, the municipality is very limited in the way that we can collect fees, because if we collect them improperly, we're actually bordering on an illegal tax. So we have to be very careful about the routes that we're allowed to take to collect fees. The considerations of this type of fee in particular really border on that illegal tax side of thing if we start to change where that fee goes. So we are very limited in not being able really to do anything beyond allowing the business to just collect the fee.
Could you elaborate on that a little more?
Are you wanting specific tax sections or just?
I guess I'm wondering, because other jurisdictions have done this. Is it because their provincial legislation is more enabling?
Potentially. I do know that other jurisdictions have run into problems with the fees. I know, and maybe Jody can comment on this a little bit more, BC has run into some issue with the fees that they've collected and just the way that that's been allowed to happen.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to follow up offline. I guess to maybe Mr. Jubenville or how could you elaborate more on the measures? Like, how will we know that this is successful in terms of diversion and in terms of impact?
So I can start, but maybe what I'll do is I will pass this on to Jody. And as people have mentioned, Sarah Wilmot, who's done so much work in the background on this, but it is something that, as we say, what gets measured gets done. And so we do have a strong measurement component to this initiative. But Jody, is it to you or Sarah, or who would you like to have speak to this?
Yeah, sure. I can jump in a little bit. I mean, and there are a few ways that we will look to understand the impact that we're having. One, of course, is that we collect a large volume of waste from residential streams here at Edmonton. And so we're able to do waste characterization studies on a regular basis that let us understand what are the items that are being thrown away and how do we estimate the total volume of single-use items that are being disposed of in Edmonton. We're similarly able to do waste characterization studies for what is disposed of at city facilities, as an example, or in the on-street litter bins that are next to maybe a bus stop or within a park in Edmonton. And finally, I think, it's captured in the report quite well that we do see a significant volume of single-use items that are littered in Edmonton. So, 2 in 5 of the big litter items that we see through the litter audits in Edmonton are a single-use cup. And so there are a number of ways that we'll be able to look at and see whether we're making an impact on the reduction. And ultimately, that's part of what will be captured in the regular annual reporting that we do as a branch, and presented in more detail on the cycle of our waste reduction roadmaps.
And finally, not sure who from administration could speak to. I know last council did an enormous amount of advocacy about extended producer responsibility, and I do worry this fits into the sort of the mythology of individual action can stop the climate emergency, when really it's, I believe, 20 firms that make up 55% of the world's plastic waste, according to The Guardian. So how are we pairing this individual, you don't get a straw action, combining it with compelling pressure on the provincial and federal government for actual systemic change?
I think we would argue that the work that we're doing does make a strong statement to industry and to other levels of government that we want to see reduction, and we know that it can't be achieved purely through individual actions. One of the other things that we've mentioned throughout is that there are Edmontonians who are frustrated about the zero-use items that they get when they might order takeout food, and they've got a whole bunch of single package condiments and cutlery that they actually don't even want, and it ends up in a junk drawer. So part of this is about giving consumers back some control over the items that they may inevitably and involuntarily be generating as waste. But we also hope that it sends a signal that we're looking to see change in the business community, and we're looking to see change all the way upstream in terms of those who are actually generating these materials and forcing these choices on consumers.
Very well said. Thank you.
Thank you. On the second round, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I didn't see outlined in the bylaw, and it's a bit of a tricky one, is what's the enforcement approach that we're considering? So, recognizing that there'll be a huge emphasis on education, working collaboratively with the businesses, where do we go from there? Will the bylaw have fines set out? Do we anticipate having dedicated enforcement, or would it be a complaint space? What's the thinking there?
So the enforcement approach, that we're looking at is intended to be very much education first. So looking at making sure that as much as possible, we're providing education and technical support and implementation support to businesses who are going to be required to comply with the bylaw. We're also quite optimistic about the fact that in some circumstances, the federal regulations that we're anticipating will assume some of the burden for instances where we may see really willful sort of misuse of the bylaw or non-compliance with the bylaw. And ultimately, as you know, we're also looking to implement more broad-based regulations with regards to waste in the industrial, commercial, institutional sector in Edmonton. So to a certain extent, we'll be looking at that and the enforcement requirements for that work on a holistic basis over the next, say, 18 months, so that we're prepared for where enforcement capacity is required within the city. But again, because we don't see these being enforced until at least next year, and then we intend to take an education first approach, we expect that over that time frame we'll look at a more holistic approach to building up the capacity that will be required for enforcement of a sort of bigger body of waste regulations with regards to ICI.
Okay, so we shouldn't expect the bylaw to have fines or penalties associated with it?
I'll perhaps have Christina jump in. We will have to have some indication in there, and we would be looking to align with other bylaws that exist within the city, but I'll have Christina jump in.
Oh, that's, okay, sure. Sorry, I'm just mindful of my
Sorry.
time, but I think.
There will be fines. The officers and of course waste will have discretion on when and where those fines are applied if necessary. So enforcement always works to get compliance first.
Great, thank you so much. Just want to follow up from some questions from Councillor Rutherford as well. Just why aren't we pushing to get rid of the styrofoam in grocery stores, for example, with poultry and chicken? And then my last question too is just around composting. I understand that we're currently not accepting the certified compostable packaging, but just wondering what we need to do to potentially move in that direction.
Certainly, yeah. So I'll take the question about styrofoam in grocery stores first. And really, it's about jurisdiction. And, Councillor Cartmell had mentioned how that might really distort the kind of sort of commercial activity we're seeing in Edmonton unless there are other jurisdictions or sort of a more national movement. So that's where we see our involvement in the Canadian Plastics Pact in particular as very valuable to achieving some of that reduction. And I'll hand it to Mr. Chelland. Neil Chelland is our Director of Sustainable Waste Processing to talk about compostables.
Yeah, thank you for the question about composting. I'll have to mimic some of the statements that Mr. McInnes mentioned earlier. When we receive plastic that arrives in green carts at the Edmonton Waste Management Center, we are not able to compost it, or we don't endeavor to compost it for two different reasons, primarily. One is that a lot of the compostable bags are tested and certified to be compostable under a certain temperature and a certain time. And that doesn't necessarily relate to the time and temperatures that we compost on a at-scale level for the whole city. So we can't guarantee that on the other end, they will be fully composted. The other reason is that there's no way to immediately distinguish whether a piece of plastic is compostable or not. So if a garbage truck shows up at the Edmonton Waste Management Center and has a whole bunch of plastic in it, without individually looking at each component of it, we would have to, there's no way to do that at scale. So we endeavor to just screen it all out to begin with, and then compost the organics from that point forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have anyone from Urban Planning and Economy online? Because I want to ask a question related to, as we develop these policies that help us protect our environment and reduce emissions and tackle climate change, how do we look for opportunities for economic growth related to that? And do we do that kind of analysis? Have we done this kind of analysis? Because I asked earlier to Mr. McInnes around the growth, the potential for economic growth. Is anyone can answer that question?
I don't know that we have anyone online, but we work with our colleagues in economic investment quite a bit on understanding how, and I'm sure that you've read commentary on this, the transition to reusables, the transition to a circular economy actually has pretty enormous economic potential, and we believe that to be true in Edmonton as well. And so we've talked about, for instance, the plastic manufacturing that does happen in Alberta. We see that in the long run, being able to transition to reusables, being able to enable new business models, whether that's reusable cups that are really making reusables possible in a drive-through setting, or the services that Mr. McInnes and some of his colleagues provide, really seeing a boon to economic activity in Edmonton. And so that's one of the places where we've applied the expertise of our business partners to really help look at how that might shape economic potential in Edmonton.
I think that then identifying those opportunities, and then looking toward actions and that things can actually be done to help grow our economy and create jobs. So I think we need to start applying that analysis more to the policies that we developed related to climate change. This could be cutting edge for us, right? So, which is pretty good. My second question is related to regional approach. We have regional municipalities. The analysis that we have done, our department has done in order to be prepared for this policy, if we can start sharing that information with regional partners and start convincing them moving toward what we are doing, that'll be good. Could be another way for us to collaborate with our regional partners. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so certainly one of the things that we see as great potential is the fact that, you know, waste and the way that we treat waste really shouldn't be bound by municipal boundaries in the long run. We do see value in leading by example and in enacting something in Edmonton that can make sense for the region and can make sense for other jurisdictions in Canada. But we're really pleased that we have strong connections with our regional partners, our neighbors here in the Edmonton region, and with other jurisdictions across Canada to look at how continuing to move forward in an aligned direction can really achieve environmental objectives that we just can't achieve alone.
Good. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just on that last point, I would note that the Metro Region Servicing Plan Standing Committee meets this afternoon at 1 o'clock to talk about solid waste management across the region, and this is one of the things we will be talking about. So that work at the region is already happening. So I believe that concludes questions on this item. So I am going to move the recommendation in the report, and that is that Utility Committee recommend to City Council, 1, that Edmonton's plan to reduce single-use items as set out in Attachment 1 of the March 25th, 2022 City Operations CO01033 be approved. And 2, that administration develop a draft single-use items bylaw based on the direction as set out in Attachment 2 of the March 25th, 2022 City Operations Report, CO 01033. I think we've all asked lots of questions, so I think we'll just go right to the vote if we could.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously, so that will go up to City Council probably on the April 4th meeting agenda. Thanks again for everyone on their hard work on this. This is really good work and really good solid first steps on single-use plastics elimination from our waste streams. We'll now move to item 6.2, which is the multi-unit strategy and alternative business model presentation. And again, we'll go to Mr. Sebrick to introduce the administration presentation on this item. Mr. Sebrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We are providing an update in response to a motion made in 2021 in regards to providing an analysis around the multi-unit strategy and an alternate business model for delivery of that service. So I'll now pass it over to Mr. Jubenville to provide a little more detailed introduction, and then Ms. Gable will take us through the body of work that was undertaken in regards to the business model assessment.
So thanks again, Mr. Sebrick. And good morning again, members of the Utility Committee and everybody who is here today for this discussion. So again, with me today is Jody Gable, the Director of our Waste Strategy, who's also leading this initiative. So this presentation will detail the recommendation for a mandatory 3-stream source separation program for all residential properties receiving communal collection. Next slide. The waste strategy commits to introducing source separation in all sectors to help achieve the 90% waste diversion target. Following the city waste transformation, which has introduced 3-stream sorting to more than 200 city buildings and facilities, and the Edmonton cart rollout, which introduced food scrap sorting and separating yard waste collection to approximately 250,000 homes last year. The report today outlines a recommendation for introducing 3-stream source separation to multi-unit properties that receive the city's communal collection service. Last June, Waste Services presented a report and business case outlining different alternatives and a recommendation for a program to transition these multi-unit properties to 3-stream source separation of organics, recycling, and garbage. At the July 9th, 2021 continuation meeting, Utility Committee passed a motion for administration to consider models which allow for fully privatized service within the regulated utility, including a robust data sharing and accountability framework to ensure the objectives of the 25-year waste strategy were met. I will now hand it over to Ms. Gable who will outline the specifics of the business case and recommended approach. Next slide, and Ms. Gable.
Thank you, Dennis. So in completing the analysis that we were directed to conduct at the July 9th committee meeting last year, administration reached out to multiple stakeholders representing the private sector to learn more about current and future processing capacity, contract preferences, monitoring practices, contamination tolerance and measurement, data reporting, education and outreach, and more. Unfortunately, very few responses were received, of which most were incomplete or lacked sufficient detail. One of the main points which was discussed and agreed on by everyone was the importance of achieving the goals of the 25-year waste strategy and having a united vision among the city and the private sector when this report was discussed last year. So administration followed the approved business case development process that we are guided by to identify options which would satisfy the motion and evaluated them against criteria such as cost and diversion rate impact, ability to enforce, logistical complexity, and risk. In this analysis, 5 viable alternatives were identified, which range from privatizing all of the services to keeping them all within the current city-managed service model. The services considered for privatization in the report are those that are directly related to residents receiving communal collection. So it does not include the city's waste drop-off services, such as eco-stations and recycling depots. As the waste utility is responsible for protecting the best interests of ratepayers, the evaluation and recommended options are based on the ability to serve residents and to meet council objectives. So I'll go to the next slide. Administration recommends that no change be made to the current service model. First and foremost, this alternative provides the city with the highest chance of achieving the objectives outlined in the 25-year waste strategy and in council's goal of climate resilience as we transition to 3-stream collection for properties that receive communal collection. This recommendation also has the lowest risk score and the most predictable and stable cost impact for all ratepayers. While the recommendation is not to privatize communal collection services, the utility model will continue to offer significant opportunity for the private sector to participate in the collection and processing of waste by offering long-term contracts that allow the private industry to make investments into their equipment and facilities. And that relationship and our coordination with the private sector will continue to be so important to achieving the objectives of the waste strategy. Importantly, this model is also the only alternative that will enable City Council to balance individual interests with equitable outcomes that align with public expectations for waste services as a public good. Introducing a program for 3-stream waste separation through the regulated utility model will also enable a coordinated city-wide rollout with high standards for communication, education, outreach, and public support, similar to what Edmontonians have grown familiar with through the Edmonton cart rollout. In contrast, I'll move to the next slide. All forms of privatization that were analyzed by administration pose some significant challenges. In particular, and first and foremost, we want to outline that there's actually no legal mechanism to enable privatizing services under a fully regulated utility. So if City Council does decide to privatize services, it would mean that City Council cannot regulate items such as the rate, service standards, or offering choice and price competition through the private sector. It's simply not possible for that regulated utility to offer privatized services as the utility is enabled by the Municipal Government Act. Instead, enforcement actions would be reactionary and would be limited by permitting bylaws that set conditions for which permit holders would need to adhere to. In addition, the city would have no jurisdiction to monitor or enforce processing activities of private processors, which largely occur outside of city boundaries. So the absence of this provincial legislation, such as landfill bans and the enabling mechanisms of the Municipal Government Act, would mean that the city cannot guarantee or enforce what happens to waste once it leaves the city. In our preliminary investigation, we've identified that there would also be a lack of organics processing capacity in the region. So while a decision to allow the private sector to process organics would certainly drive new investments or be expected to drive new investments, it cannot be assumed that there is appetite for investment in private facilities specifically to service communal collection customers. In addition, it's expected that if organics processing is privatized, commercial entities which are currently and proactively sourcing source separating their organics in the Edmonton region. So some of those waste champions that we talked about with the last report would see greater competition and challenges to secure their organics processing capacity, with a negative impact on the ICI sector until further capacity is developed. It's also important for us to highlight that a decision to privatize would be irreversible in the short term without significant investment and impact to ratepayers. If waste services to communal collection customers are privatized, it would not be viable to simply reestablish a utility model in the future if the anticipated outcomes of privatization are not being achieved. Furthermore, privatizing would mean that the cost of significant investments that have been made on behalf of utility ratepayers to this point would need to be addressed by other means, such as by curbside collection customers or by the tax levy. Most recently, members of City Council, I'll go on to the next slide, have been encouraged to consider a hybrid model where some range of services are deregulated. As outlined in today's report and highlighted in the past by our utility advisor, it's not possible to create a hybrid model with only some sites opting out of city-provided services. In order to enable that level of choice, the city must fully deregulate one service or range of services. However, as mentioned, this approach would result in significant stranded costs. As a utility, Waste Services has the ability to keep rates stable and consistent for all customers in the residential sector. As outlined in the Waste Services Utility Fiscal Policy, these rates are set to reflect the actual cost of providing waste services to Edmontonians. With significant private sector involvement in these services already, any cost savings that the private sector is able to offer are already being leveraged and passed along to ratepayers. Rather, different costs in other cities represent very different waste systems. And one thing that we know is that those waste systems simply aren't built to achieve the objectives of the waste strategy in the same way that we've invested in making our system able to deliver on Edmonton's 25-year waste strategy. So along with the recommendation made in the report to transition to three-stream collection through the existing utility model, various other initiatives and programs are intended to follow as part of the implementation plan. And they're outlined here on this next slide. So one is a variable pricing program that will really look at how to vary the rates based on the size of containers at the property, and really looking to leverage the actions of Edmontonians who may be looking to reduce waste at a property level. We're also looking at an excess waste program, again, similar to what is existing in the curbside program through the Edmonton cart rollout, that would charge properties for additional service above and beyond the allocated amount of waste collected as part of their regular service, and start to achieve some waste reduction outcomes from the development of a new program. I'm certain we'll talk today about enforceable development standards that will make it more clear for the development sector how to comply with the requirements for achieving the objectives of the waste strategy and enabling safe and efficient waste collection. Certainly we'll need a bylaw update to support the program. We've mentioned before regular waste characterization studies, and in this sector as well, it will be important for us to understand the waste that's being disposed of by the customers who will receive this service and how we can continue to achieve improvements on the waste that's being disposed of in Edmonton. And finally, it will be really important for us to engage stakeholder working groups, including members of the private sector and key stakeholders, and property managers, condo board members, and residents to contribute to better stakeholder relationships and overcome implementation challenges. And you'll also see in the report that we intend to conduct research on improving the impacts of illegal dumping, which could lead to recommendations and discussion of a future program. We also intend to look at bin aesthetics and investigate options to improve front load bin aesthetics, and work with our colleagues in development services to determine if changes to the current screening requirements for bins are possible. Finally, and similar to the experience that you are all familiar with thanks to the Edmonton cart rollout, it's critical for us to have a highly coordinated approach to communication, education, outreach, and public support to support diverse Edmontonians in adapting to the program changes that we're recommending today, and ultimately helping us achieve the objectives of the waste strategy that you're familiar with. So that concludes our presentation, and of course, we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that. We'll now move to our speakers. We'll get through a few of them anyway. And we will start with Rather than go through the whole list, I'll just introduce people as they come up. So first up is Donna Monkhouse from the Alberta Residential Landlord Association, followed by Miles Curry and Liam Pirimaki. Ms. Monkhouse, you're first. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Monkhouse, and I represent the Alberta Residential Landlord Association. Multifamily units are not just rental apartments. They are owned condominiums, city-owned properties, affordable housing, senior housing, community housing. These properties are all affected by Edmonton's waste monopoly, and the dollars currently being wasted could do so much more good for the city of Edmonton. Multifamily has already paid for the organic components in the millions of dollars, yet as the report states, the organics processing has not been happening. Stakeholders sat in meetings with respect to the communal source separation and advised of many issues. Answers to these may result in further costs. From the report, the additional staff, vehicles, carts, bins, etc., will lead to our per unit cost of $30.69 per unit per month to increase substantially, making it far less competitive and reasonable as per the utility bylaw than it is today. With respect to 13.2, that's page 55 of 93 of the three-stream communal collection business case, privatization alternatives, this is what we thought would be part of the business case study, to see if privatization was possible and what it would look like. Yet this was not even addressed at all. Administration is asking you if you want these questions answered. This was the point of the report. We agree with all these points that need to be made. So why would we agree to status quo when we have none of these? Why would you make a decision when we have not had these answers? There are no comparisons with respect to any other municipality within Alberta. Other municipalities are doing this under the MGA, and yet we can't. This is not answered. We understand the importance of diversion. The city monopoly has been in place for a long time and is still under 10% diversion. You have the control, but still cannot meet the need. So I don't understand why multifamily cannot have this control and meet the need to work towards the 90% diversion. Private sector could do this work today. It can be measured, be started today, and achieve a competitive rate. This is not in the report, but we know it to be a true statement. The option analysis spoke to several issues. The report states that you could not provide any costs as you were not provided any. We provided potential costs for private sector to do our three waste streams, and as well, you also hire private contractors to do this work. You talk about cost to the single family increasing if multifamily is removed, but no acknowledgement of operational and administration costs that will drop. Multifamily service providers could still bring you the waste, including organics, to Clover Bar at market rate. Charge the private contractors a gate fee to help cover these costs. This report seems to only be protecting the waste administration and their staffing union and Dawn with little consideration for the ratepayer. Franchising would still be a monopoly. The whole reason behind this was to allow the multifamily to seek their own contractors for this service and requirements at a cost they negotiate with the contractor. To summarize environmental performance, it's time to engage the private sector as they offer high environmental services to their clients today. Financial performance is fact. Our members pay the private sector contractors much less for services in communities adjacent to Edmonton and across the country today. Capital performance. Multifamily services can be procured today with no capital outlay from the city of Edmonton, allowing the tax contributing service providers to invest into the community and deepen a business-to-business relationship for best environmental and financial performance. We are wanting to contract private sector to do all our waste needs at a competitive and fair price and meet the needs of the city waste strategy. We can start this now. We are doing it in other municipalities, and we manage aspects in Edmonton today. We already do large item removal, mattress removal, green waste, and illegal dumping we handle. You will be implementing regulations for industrial, commercial, and institutional. Why not multifamily under the same rules? I understand that there are many communities in Alberta that have private service providers for multifamily under the MGA. What changes do we need to do to allow this to occur? City of Calgary and private sector provide services for multifamily. Again, why are you making a decision today with none of these questions with respect to privatization having been addressed? A report should be done to answer these questions and more, as we have stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Miles Curry followed by Liam Piramaki and Bethany Fredine. And that's probably as far as we'll get before lunch. Please go ahead, Mr. Curry.
Great, thank you so much. I'm here today. I have 10 years of experience in waste behavior change programs. I left the city last year, but I was part of the team that was behind the single family carts as well. So I'm here today because I feel like I have a civic duty in talking about why this course of action would limit the potential for reaching the diversion goals and create barriers to the behavior change process. Changing waste behaviors is really about supporting people through the discomfort of change. Specifically for waste. Nobody likes throwing away garbage. It's something that you really just have to do, and you can't persuade people to do it. You really need to be looking at how do you design a system that can be as convenient as possible for people. Look at the challenges that people are going to anticipate and consistently and continually refine solutions for that. It's about designing an experience that becomes seamless for the resident, but is at the same time feasible for collections and processing. All three of those aspects really need to work as equal partners in a balance to achieve success. You have to have good behavior change design, collections efficiency, and processing quality. And finding this right balance and continuing to make sure that it reflects the changes in all three of those areas is what makes successful diversion programs over a long time. The public option that Edmonton has and admin is recommending we keep brings all of these together in one team with one decision-making process, making that finding and maintaining that balance a lot more efficient than it is when you have a privatized model. Multi-unit diversion rates across North America have really failed to reach their goals or even comparable levels to single family because they're defined by this mixed private model. And the mixed private model brings in a fourth factor into that balance, which is the pursuit of profit. And that really disrupts that balance. Decisions are made often for operational efficiency or oftentimes to avoid making that discomfort, in a sense, trying to provide customer satisfaction and then undermining that behavior change process. It's very challenging for regulators to ensure that behavior change has its place in that private system. It becomes cost prohibitive or really complex to manage. And many municipalities struggling to reach diversion goals in this mixed private model wish they could have a model that was simple like Edmonton has. But once you privatize it, it's almost impossible to go back. And you're going to forever be having a hard time to reach diversion goals. Another major benefit of the public utility model is that continued improvement is more efficient and easily implemented. Multi-unit diversion programs with a private mix almost always plateau if they reach a diversion goal. That's in large part due to because once a balance is found between collections, processing, and behavior change, the incentive is for really keeping things constant and steady and then finding efficiency for profit, often at the expense of worker safety or reliability of the service. It's hard for regulators to drive continued improvement because evaluation, communication between several different private entities is hard. Then making a consensus on decisions that need to have to be changed and implementing them becomes so difficult that the public option is much more efficient and easy. So the public model really unifies communications and design, allowing for that constant progress to happen and then planned leaps forward to ever meeting our diversion goals. Multi-unit offers a really good example of how this happens, and this is in the business case. One of the biggest factors that decreases sorting in multi-unit is having to take the waste to different locations. It seems like a subtle hassle, but when you look at that being something that you have to do every day and how that impacts different people, it really limits. Some people are just never going to sort their waste if it's easier to just take it to a garbage chute versus having to walk out and to put it into a recycling bin. But the decision to put different bins in different spots is often done because it's more efficient or easy for operations, or it's, there's not that sense of sacrifice to make behavior change. So by putting them all co-located together and then letting collections figure out how best to pick that up is an example of finding that balance between behavior change and operations and efficiency. So in summary, what I'm really here to encourage is that the opportunity Edmonton has is very unique to pursue in a very aggressive multi-unit diversion program underneath this public model. And changing it now would be ignoring all of the failures that's happened all across North America with this mixed model. So it would be a wasted opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Next we have Mr. Liam Piramaki, followed by Bethany Fredine.
Great, thank you. And good morning, Councillor Cartmel and members of Utility Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Liam Paramaki, and I work for an organization called the Coalition of Edmonton Civic Unions. Our organization is comprised of the 5 unions whose members represent the bulk of City of Edmonton staff, as well as having members in EPCOR, Edmonton Public Libraries, and Capital Power, to name a few. Today I'm speaking on behalf of one of our unions, that's QP Local 30. Normally this would be President Eric Lewis presenting, but I'm afraid he's away this week, and asked if I would share the perspective of Local 30 members at this meeting. Based on conversation that the union has had with its members, QP Local 30 is supporting the recommendation of city administration, that is option number 5, to maintain city managed services. QP members are the workers on the front lines and behind the scenes in waste services who deeply understand the current state of waste, as well as the challenges faced in the past and the way forward following the recently adopted 25-year waste management strategy. As you know, at the June 2021 Utility Committee meeting, administration was directed to explore what an alternative business model incorporating fully private operated services within the regulated utility model. Now that that due diligence has been done and the privatizing option has been explored, we believe that Council should move forward with the multi-unit strategy as recommended by administration. This strategy will help keep waste utility costs affordable for all residents while enabling the city to strive towards and achieve its waste diversion goals. The private model that was proposed serves only to introduce more uncertainty, more risk, less accountability to residents, and frankly will lead only to further delays to the city reaching its waste management goals. Instead of moving ahead with the multi-unit strategy proposed by administration, which would start in the near future, making progress towards the 90% waste diversion goal, this proposal would set that work back by years with consultation and planning only to be less certain about the outcomes. In preparation for this meeting, I went back and rewatched the April and June Utility Committee meetings from last year, and during those discussions, former Councillor Ben Henderson repeatedly raised concerns which we feel should not be forgotten. Chief among those concerns about this are the concerns about the city's ability to control the service provided to all multi-unit properties, even and maybe especially the ones serviced by private collectors. As it stands now, if there is a problem with missed collections or illegal dumping or any other sort of issue like that, and these do pop up somewhat regularly, the city can not only respond quickly to remedy the issue, but also hold the contractor to account. By getting out of the multi-unit business, the city would not have any sort of immediate role to remedy the situation. That is, there would not be a city truck available to go and gather the missed bins or clean up the excess mess. I would be willing to bet money that you would still get the complaints though. There could also be time spent arguing that a private model could provide the service for cheaper and that the city's waste rates were inflated versus comparable cities. To that, we would merely suggest that you ask that if you're being told it can be done for cheaper, then why? Do estimates take into account all the properties and their unique challenges? What would be done on the education side to support residents in buying into separating their waste, or will that still remain the city's job? What work standards are in place for the people actually doing the collecting? Are our waste rates really higher than other municipalities, or is it just the result of our utility costs not being subsidized by property tax? Bottom line is we would challenge the idea that private does it better because the cost of a city truck collecting is comparable to that of a contractor. But that's not to say that we're suggesting that the city needs to take over all of waste collection either. The feedback that QP heard from the areas was that if you want to see improved performance, the city should move to restore the 50-50 split of multi-unit collection. That is, 50% of the multi-unit collection is done by the city, while the other 50% the city contracts. This has shifted in recent years to favor the contracted out service, and the pendulum ought to swing back to an even split. But that said, the city's waste department is already on the road to improved waste service for all residents, including those in multi-unit properties. You just need to continue down the path that council has already set. Make sure that waste service is properly resourced and hold your administration accountable to ensure that the city of Edmonton stays on course to reach its diversion goals. All of this is not to minimize real issues that may be present for residents in multi-unit properties, but our members are eager to present ideas and work with administration on how to improve the service provided by the city of Edmonton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Bethany Fredine, and we may also be able to hear from Mr. Paul Jones before our lunch break. Ms. Fredine, you're next. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bethany Fredine. I'm a Regional Operations Manager for Devereux Apartment Communities and a board member for Orla. I've been working in residential property management in Edmonton and the surrounding area for nearly 11 years. I'm speaking today in support of allowing privatized waste services for multifamily housing. The City of Edmonton business case suggests that risks of privatizing multifamily waste services include instability of pricing, decline in service quality, and inability to reach environmental goals. I strongly disagree with each of these assumptions. With respect to the price, the costs may be stabilized, but they're stabilized at extremely high rates. Sure, this allows for predictability, but it doesn't change the fact that we're paying a lot more for a public system than we would were we given the option to seek private contracts. Having managed outside of the city, I know as well as anyone that the cost of waste services in Edmonton is unreasonably high in comparison to surrounding and comparable municipalities. In Edmonton, we pay $31.37 per door per month. In Saskatchewan, we have communities paying as low as $3.76 per door per month under privatized services. Within Alberta, outside of Edmonton, I've experienced rates with private services as low as 11% to 52% of what we pay in Edmonton. It's a drastic difference. It's, as mentioned in previous presentations, built into this cost is the processing of organic waste, a service we're not being provided. You cannot justify making a decision in support of a public system based on these numbers. Stabilized pricing doesn't make up for this huge cost differential, and we have to keep in mind that when landlords are forced to pay high rates for utilities, this cost is passed on to the consumer. This is not good for multifamily housing, and it is not conducive to providing affordable housing to Edmontonians. Speaking to my experience with quality of service, at our Edmonton community, we have experienced many cases where the City of Edmonton has refused to pick up at the slightest inconvenience. Working in multifamily, we know residents, regardless of rules, will leave large items near our bins. It can happen any time of day. If a mattress is dropped just before garbage pickup, we're now left without service until the next scheduled day. If this happens on a Friday, it can easily lead to overflowing bins by a Monday. If we were given any on-site notification, we would gladly move items around and accommodate pickup. But when we speak with an inspector with the City of Edmonton, we're told that not only will they not visit our office to speak with us, but they can't call us because they're no longer provided cell phones. We're paying well over $100,000 per year for this service at just one apartment community, and they won't take 2 minutes to ask us to move a mattress. The City of Edmonton has a monopoly on this service. This does not translate to good customer service. They do not need to provide an accommodation to retain our business. In other markets, we have vendor relationships with dedicated service representatives. We can have emergency pickups done within the hour. We have flexibility. Even as a smaller housing provider, privatized services improves quality of service, the appearance of our communities, and ultimately the quality of life for our residents. Devereux is a small but growing company that values sustainability. We share environmental goals with the City of Edmonton. The city does not need to monopolize waste services in order to meet these goals, and I would argue we can get there faster by embracing a private system. The city is better off creating parameters and environmental regulations and allowing the private market to compete and innovate and create efficiency while doing so. The city can work with private sector waste management to create and maintain a three-stream system for multifamily and improve diversion rates. Green cities throughout the country have reached environmental goals with a privatized system, and I believe we can achieve this here. It sounds like there's a perception of perceived limitation with regards to multifamily and waste services to adapt to a three-stream service, but I disagree. I think given the opportunity to privatize, property owners will be willing to be flexible on how this is approached in order to maintain best pricing. Allowing privatized waste services to multifamily housing will reduce the financial impact on landlords and renters, will improve the quality of services, and will allow for environmental innovation. I urge you to consider this before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fredine. So that takes us pretty much to our lunch break, so I think we'll stop there. We will resume at 1:30. We have, by my count, 6 more speakers to hear from, starting with Mr. Paul Jones. And we'll pick it up then. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you at 1:30. Good afternoon. I think we have enough to get going. So we'll call the Utility Committee meeting of March 25th, 2022 back to order and pick up where we left off with speakers. Well, actually, I'm sorry. First of all, I need to do a roll call of committee members. I'm jumping the gun here a bit. So Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hi there.
And Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
And then we're joined online by Mayor Sohi. Just going down my list here. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
And that's it for the moment. We may be joined by others as the meeting carries on. So thank you all for your patience. We'll now move again to speakers and start off with Mr. Paul Jones, followed by Bernard Streeper and Sheila Odie. Mr. Jones, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Paul Jones, and I'm a partner at Aaron Oxford Inc. We're a locally owned property management company and oversee approximately 2,000 multifamily rental units, as well as approximately 3,000 multifamily condominium units. The monopoly on the waste removal affecting multifamily units in Edmonton has not been a fair treatment for quite some time. Not only do we pay almost double the price of other jurisdictions, but we've also been paying for services for years that are not even provided, including composting to the tune of millions of dollars. How is it fair for our owners and our condominium owners to be paying for a service that they don't even receive? We know the cost would be cheaper with a competitive bidding process and privatization. Recently, Waste Management lowered their bid by $1,100 per month on a condominium complex when it went to tender, as they were overpriced dramatically. This shows that there is definitely cost savings that the city could do by sending this out to tender for a proper bidding process. We've wanted to manage our own garbage for years, as this subject has come up my entire career of 22 years in the industry. We don't feel there was adequate, if any, consultation with the public on this, and the cost of the multifamily just keep going up each and every year. Bear in mind that many owners are not the rich landlords, which is perceived by many. And with the increased cost yearly, as well as vacancy loss, which is also not considered in the model, and we were over 15% recently. But also lowered rent, increased incentives during tougher economic times. Not to mention already footing the bill for illegal dumping, which has always been a very expensive problem. We would request the city to do a complete review and reconsider the motion to allow us to manage our own garbage, as we believe this will not only reduce the cost for the owners, but also those renting suites by keeping rents more affordable. This will also increase the economic growth with new business in Edmonton. The current monopoly on the waste removal appears to simply be a cash grab by the city, and a full review involving those affected most should be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Bernard Streeper, followed by Sheila Odie and Christopher Batdorf. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Bernard Streeper, and I'm the Senior Vice President for Residential Operations at Avenue Living. In total, we own and manage approximately 3,300 multifamily units in the city of Edmonton. I'm speaking to you today to raise concerns that we have regarding the city of Edmonton's waste disposal strategy as it relates to the multifamily industry. First and foremost, the rates we pay in Edmonton on a per unit basis are already the highest in the province. We operate in 10 other cities in Alberta, including Calgary, and no other area has higher waste disposal costs than right here in Edmonton. When I compare similar sized buildings between both major cities, we can pay as much as twice the amount in Edmonton as we do in Calgary. It's frustrating to hear the administration claim that the public model is the best way to achieve both an affordable and sustainable solution to multifamily waste. These claims are unfounded and are simply not true. If you don't believe me, Just ask someone from industry what their experience has been. There are several of us in attendance today, and we're all saying the same thing. It doesn't work. Illegal dumping is becoming increasingly challenging as having significant impacts to our total disposal costs. The public model has already shown that it failed in this regard and that cannot respond within a reasonable time to offer a viable solution to everyday problems. Instead, multifamily operators in Edmonton are forced to live with the status quo and to bear the costs of an ineffective waste disposal strategy. With the introduction of the new bin program in single-family homes, whereby both the amount and the frequency of curbside pickup has been reduced, we have witnessed a significant increase in illegal dumping throughout our bins across the city. This has always been a problem. However, the problem is only getting worse. Because we are forced to use the city's program, we do not have an option to choose a supplier who can provide a locking mechanism for us to protect our disposal bins. Not only are we overpaying for a regular service, but we now have to bear the cost of the single-family market who continue to use our bins to dispose of their overflow. I was just on site at one of our properties last week and witnessed a gentleman drive into our site and attempt to unload an entire pickup truck full of garbage into one of our recycle bins. I had to physically chase him down the alley in order to prevent him from disposing of his waste into our bins. This happens daily and is likely happening right now in several different locations across the city. To make matters worse, we are sometimes fined or refused service altogether because of an overfilled bin or disposal area that becomes unsightly. When you add together the cost of our regular service, plus vendor charges to haul away illegally dumped items or overfilled bins, plus the fines associated for bylaw infractions, the total cost of waste disposal in multifamily buildings is astronomical. We have brought these concerns up in the past, but like any monopoly, we are left without a solution or the option to take our business elsewhere. If we were to privatize our waste disposal in the city, multifamily operators would be able to address these issues more efficiently and look for ways through both technology and entrepreneurship to tackle these problems. Perhaps garbage bins that have a locking mechanism controlled by a pin and or fob would allow only the residents and drivers to access the bins as originally intended. Unfortunately, we don't have this option under the current model, and it's the multifamily industry that suffers the most. Like any business, the rents we charge are both a product of our cost structure as well as the market conditions we experience. If it's council's goal to improve the affordability of housing in our city, controlling the way multifamily owners and operators dispose of their waste is certainly not a step in the right direction. Thus, I would strongly encourage council to consider an alternative strategy and to allow the multifamily industry to manage the ability to manage their own waste, especially as we try and move towards a three-stream model. Simply put, tell us what you need from a public perspective, but allow us the ability to execute on it privately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sheila Odie, followed by Christopher Batorf and Mariah Samji. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this with the committee. My name is Sheila Odie, and I'm the Director of Sustainability with Boardwalk REIT. We provide homes in more than 200 communities across Canada with over 33,000 residential units, totaling over 28 million net rentable square feet in 5 provinces. We own and operate 12,862 units in the greater Edmonton area, and this represents 39% of our total portfolio. Boardwalk also owns over 5,800 residential units in Calgary, which it comprises 18% of our total national portfolio. Given our presence within both the Edmonton and Calgary market, I would like to bring our concerns regarding waste management costs and management in Edmonton to the Utilities Committee and highlight the stark differences we experience between the 2 municipalities. Our total all-in waste collection costs in Edmonton totals over $4.3 million annually, or $32.18 per door. This amount includes our basic service that we get through EPCOR of $30.69 per door, plus all of the extra bulk pickups, illegal dumping, and everything that we also bear. That $4.3 million annual cost only covers landfill and basic recycling. We, like others, have been paying for composting service for many years that we never received. By contrast, in Calgary, we spend just over $1 million on waste removal annually, which equates to $14.21 per door. It's also important to note that that $14.21 includes all 3 waste streams: landfill, recycling, and a robust organics composting program. That's a 56% price difference between the two cities. 100% of our Calgary properties are contracted to a third-party waste management provider. The city's hybrid model has worked very well since inception, and we continue to receive excellent collection service at a very reasonable cost. This price difference between Edmonton isn't just unique to Calgary. In our communities in Regina and Saskatoon, our average cost per door is $13. In the 4 cities where we own rental communities in Ontario, that average monthly cost is $11 per door, all in. And for the 5 cities we operate in the Quebec area, we also pay that average price of $11 per door, all in. Frankly, I struggle to understand why we pay so much more in Edmonton, and I can't help but think that your monopoly on this space is a large contributing factor. And so while this significant price difference is a major concern, the lack of any sort of deliverable metrics regarding our waste volume data is also a large challenge. Boardwalk is committed to improving our sustainable business practices, and we have publicly pledged to reduce our overall energy and water consumption, as well as waste generation over the long term by 15% by 2030. EPCOR does not provide any data with respect to our waste volumes, either waste generated to landfill or diverted via recycling. This is a problem for us because as we are a proud member of the City of Edmonton's Corporate Climate Leader Program, and as a member, we are duty-bound to disclose our total waste generation and declare short and long-term waste reduction targets. We can't improve what we can't measure. And now, to be fair, the lack of waste data isn't unique to the City of Edmonton. However, our experience has been that private providers have been more willing to deploy methods to capture and report our annual waste recycling and compost generation. I'd also like to note that as part of Boardwalk's focus on sustainability, we conducted an extensive resident member Green Initiative engagement survey campaign in 2021. In our Edmonton community, the #1 response we received is that our residents are demanding composting. And we just very recently introduced our own compost collection service to our Saskatoon communities, and we'd be ready and willing to start such a service immediately for our Edmonton residents if we were allowed to do so. So if Boardwalk was able to self-manage our waste disposal, we would be able to, 1, successfully manage our waste disposal at a much lower cost, which in turn relieves pressure on providing affordable housing, as many of my other colleagues in the industry have noted. We could provide better service to our resident community by offering composting, as we do in Calgary and other areas, and we could also tailor our waste disposal practices to each unique need per property on a per property basis. We would also be able to start verifiably tracking and increasing our waste diversion, and also measure other waste reduction initiatives that we deploy to contribute to our overall environmental stewardship goals that align with the City of Edmonton's broader sustainability objectives. Most of this isn't possible under the city's current multi-unit waste management model. The reality is that many jurisdictions in North America have adopted either a fully private or some sort of public/private model for multifamily waste management, and are seeing good results with respect to diversion improvements and overall waste reduction targets. The City of Edmonton is well behind in this area. The service level that we see at a site level, plus your current waste diversion rate of approximately 9%, just doesn't equate to what you're charging to the community. And I do encourage the community to reconsider retaining its monopoly on waste services for multifamily housing in this sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Odie. That's your time. I'm sorry. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you. Next, we have Christopher Batdorf, followed by Mariah Samji and Chelsea Jersek. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, councillors, for attending this meeting with us. My name is Christopher Batdorf. I am the Facilities and Affordable Housing Specialist at the Edmonton City Centre Church Corporation. I am a participant of the Edmonton Hoarding Coalition. I am also the former Landlord Relations Specialist at Homer Trust Edmonton. I currently oversee 69 affordable housing units across 6 buildings in the Boyle Street, Macaulay, and Alberta Avenue neighborhoods. In 2020, the City of Edmonton Waste Services provided a letter regarding 2 of the buildings that I oversee, stating that commercial waste and recycling services would be ended by the end of June in 2020, requiring E4C to actually go and hire a third-party waste services provider. In the 17-unit building within the Boyle Street area, the current third-party rate is $125.41 per month. That equals to $7.38 per unit, with a biweekly service regarding a 4-yard waste bin and a 3-yard recycling bin. Before 2020, the City of Edmonton was charging $112.29 a month for weekly service of just a 3-yard waste bin. There was no provision of recycling or composting at that time for those sites. At my 18-unit building, also on Boyle Street, my third-party rate is currently $131.10 a month, which equals $7.28 per unit. That is also a bi-weekly service with a 4-yard waste bin and a 3-yard recycling, plus the rental rate of locking mechanisms to prevent some of my more mobile neighbors from entering into the dumpsters for their own safety and the cleanliness of the building. Currently, if the City of Edmonton required these buildings to adopt the residential services, the rate would actually be $521.73 a month for my 17-unit building and $552.42 a month. That equals to $4,755.84 a year for one building and $5,055.84 for the 18-unit building. My goal with affordable housing is to actually create a rent geared to income model so that individuals who receive Alberta Works and only receive $330 a month for core shelter, which is their rent and all necessities for their housing, are able to access safe long-term housing. I don't understand how I would be able to make that sustainable if my waste services increased by $5,000 per year. Also top of mind as well is that as a community organization, I have become aware that the City of Edmonton may no longer make it affordable or accessible for the community organization property tax exemption rebate program, COPTER, which provides community organizations and affordable housing within Edmonton with tax-free status, aside from improvements to the neighborhood. So going forth, I'm concerned about the possibility of a small affordable housing provider suddenly having to provide up to $10,000 a year per site to low-income Edmontonians who struggle with being able to pay, the below market rents of 90%, which currently is $934 for a 1-bedroom unit. We understand that the communal collection rate is $30.69, but there is no discount for a lack of service such as recycling bins or composting bins. There's also an issue with some older buildings with co-location of 3 bins. The City of Edmonton Waste Services is happy to provide a single waste services dumpster, but if co-location is not able to occur, additional dumpsters may be required to be moved by casters, in which then the cost of clearing snow and waste from the city alleys then falls upon the property managers. I do have questions about alternative 4. I'm curious as to why the removal or the privatization of collection and containers is $2.14 of savings when the 2021 rate services stated that 24% of communal collection is actually for this collection of waste, which is actually $7.37 a month. And my other question is, if Alternative C calculates a 56-cent increase by the privatization of collection, containers, and processing, why is it 56 increase when the 7% of the communal collection rate is organic waste processing, which is $2.15? So with the privatization of communal collection and organization or organic waste processing is actually $9.52 a month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I have to cut you off there. We'll go next to Ms. Samji.
Good afternoon. I believe the city clerk's office has a presentation they can pull up for me. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Utility Committee and the rest of Council, and thank you so much for hearing from IDEA today. As you know, the operations of a municipality have significant impact on the design of our city, and that is what I'm here to talk to you about today. Edmonton is looking to build more inclusive neighborhoods with housing and retail options that meet the needs of Edmontonians. As you know, IDEA's members are local businesses doing incremental development through our mature and core areas of our city. This development takes place on small to medium-sized lots, usually 1 to 3 lots, and less than 800 meters square. On these infill sites, planners and architects need to find space for the building, trees, landscaping, amenity areas, barrier-free parking, bike parking, sidewalks, power transformers, and waste storage. As you know, there are a lot of ingredients that go into creating a great building. With all that being said, I'd like to take you on a tour of things that have happened over the past few years that have affected infill. Next slide, please. In 2019, 2 things happened that directly impacted the ability to develop infill projects from a servicing perspective. The city did an in-depth analysis and found that we were drastically oversupplying parking in Edmonton. Even on Boxing Day, you were able to park at a mall and not walk far to find a parking spot. After learning that, City Council chose to right-size the solution and adopt open option parking, which truly helped small, medium-sized projects go forward in a major way. Next slide, please. Off the top of my head, I know a few projects on main streets in Edmonton that are currently parking lots and will soon be redeveloped into beautiful, vibrant spaces as a direct result of this change. However, in the same year, rules changed for waste pickup in our city. City Council made the decision that waste services should stop providing collection to the commercial sector. This has had a direct impact on small-scale mixed-use infill sites. Because of this policy change, mixed-use buildings are now required to have 2 separate waste storage and pickup operation plans. Pickup bins and schedule for residential use, which the city picks up, and separate bins and pickup schedule for commercial use, which the private contractor picks up. I also want to note that site access has been a huge challenge for infill sites. Some of Edmonton's small and medium-sized infill sites do not have lane access. This creates an operational challenge for pickup in that turning maneuvers for large-size waste trucks have to occur on site. This is almost always impossible to achieve on small sites. This issue is related to developer standards that were not created with infill in mind and are in desperate need of an update to align with city plan. Next slide, please. So what is being proposed here today is to have 3-stream pickup, which complicates site planning once again. A lot of our sites will be taken up by servicing. I want to be clear that IDEA fully supports the environmental responsibility and the 3-stream system. We need to make sure that small and medium scale units and mixed use buildings come along in the evolution of our city and can be built as well. Just like parking, we need to right size the standards and solutions. Next slide, please. So here's a recap of the evolution. You can see that we're moving into a potential situation where a lot of the site is built for servicing, just like it was before in 2019. Next slide, please. With all that being said, we think there are solutions and we would be pleased to work with administration to ensure that both small site viability and environmental standards are achieved. First, we need to prioritize the review and update of the developer standards for waste storage and pickup. Second, I want to stress that we need the flexibility in waste storage and pickup. Small and medium-sized sites are difficult to design and build, and that's why we have the missing middle. It is possible that the updates to the standards will address our concerns, but since that work has not yet started, we don't know. And until the standards are finalized, we ask that Council does not close the door to local waste companies being a part of the solution. And lastly, and most importantly, please review the changes that were made in 2019 to the ICI policy, the industrial, commercial, and institutional. Please review that, do we really need to have 2 systems for these small mixed-use sites? It has created a huge barrier for mixed-use development in our city, which is called for in the city plan. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from us today, And thank you for administration for working with us on this complex problem.
Thank you, Ms. Samji. We'll now go to Chelsea Jersek.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So my intention today is just to answer questions. So please consider me a +1 on my IDEA colleague Mariah's comments, and I will help to answer any questions that are directed towards IDEA.
Very good, thank you. We'll now move to councillor questions of our guests. I'm just waiting for the list to populate. I can start with Councillor Paquette if he's ready. He selected this item. We can get started that way.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first question to Miles. Thanks for coming in. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chizurka. So we've heard that there's this idea that private is going to do it more cost effectively than public. And because you have experience in this area, you've observed it quite a bit in your career with the City of Edmonton. I'm just wondering if you would be able to comment on
that. What I could comment on is the difficulty it has in coordinating it and how much longer it can take and some of the challenges that you face with that. So just even, the working on bringing everyone together and talking about some of those issues is much more difficult, and figuring out solutions. So there's been issues with the difference between, the single family side and what's collected by the city collectors and the private. That can happen and it can work, and there is successes there, but it is just a lot more tedious and difficult. And I think that when the city is not leading that and being the one who's driving that and setting the standards and asking other people to put forward, and they're just sort of a stakeholder at the table to set standards, it becomes a lot more difficult.
Right. Okay. So another concern I have, and maybe with your experience you can fill me in, is one of the things that we need to do is have this communication and education piece for behavior change. And from what you heard, does it sound like that's something private industry is taking on, or is that supposed to be, is it expected that the City of Edmonton is going to be taking on behalf of private industry if council were to move in that direction?
I mean, in the mixed model, it really varies in different levels about how fully you privatize that option. But what we've seen in other areas where it's fully taken on by the private sector, you just don't see the same quality of behavior change design or education that follows through with it. It's just not where the experience of those groups lie. And to look at taking on that and building the team of experts to really do that work, the public option is just more competitive.
Okay, and this may be a question better directed toward administration, but we've heard some claims that Edmonton's fees are higher than any other municipality, and I know for a fact that our billing is pretty straightforward. We don't actually absorb or hide any fees in our tax rate, which may not be said for other municipalities. So I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I think that one probably would be best for admin.
Yeah, I'll go to administration on that one. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll go to Donna next. And a similar question: if Arla has Arla considered what role they take in communications for waste diversion? Because it is a substantial piece of work, and there is definitely a cost and not an unsubstantial cost involved in that.
Yeah, well, we would certainly step up to the plate with education. We do education now, so if there's something we can do to help the situation, we're here for the members. I get calls every day from them on other issues. We teach the RTA at the Residential Tenancies Act. I'm certain we could put something together to help get the message out on diversion, and we would do our best to make sure that went out.
Okay, and so would that be would there be benchmarks tied to that and expected outcomes and sort of like contractual agreements on the outcomes of that?
That would depend on what the city wanted us to do, I guess. So if the city is going to put a rule in place that you have to have so much diversion,
which would probably be the case, yeah.
Yeah, then we would certainly work towards that. I know we would.
Yeah. Okay. Working toward it and getting there are sometimes two different things. So
we've been working towards it now.
Yeah. It is not an easy undertaking, that's for sure. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll start with Mr. Curry. Just want to hone in a little bit on the importance of co-location. You mentioned that was pretty important, and I guess I'm more on a pragmatic sort of scale. I'm thinking about multifamily buildings that have garbage chutes, and I guess would the expectation be that there's some sort of retrofit that happens there to ensure that co-location is feasible, sort of an adaptation or retrofit? I'm just looking for some guidance on the logistics of something like that.
I think the specific question about what is in that business case is best for admin.
Sure.
But what I would say on that is what it is and why it's not just education is it's that idea of like how you find those compromises. That's really complex and difficult and more than just education. So if you had a building where you wanted to keep, it's important to keep the garbage chute, right? You want that to be voluntary. How would you look at that building and find the right solution to try to balance that need with other education or behavior change design aspects to do that? And that's what takes time, and why there's a whole team at the city working very closely with the people to understand that and be able to come up with really great solutions. More posters or a brochure, it's not going to deal with that. But that ability to really customize that design for each building is the challenge that other municipalities have faced not being able to do. And Edmonton has the ability to take on that challenge with the current model that they have.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that answer, and I'll ask the administration as well. But definitely take your point around sort of that behavior change piece and making sure that the design of these spaces is actually moving us closer towards those behavior outcomes we want to see. Yeah, also wanted to ask about, I believe it was you, Mr. Curry, just mentioning that privatization would be kind of a no going back type situation. It's not like we can just try it out and then, if it doesn't work, we quickly switch. And there was mention in the report around stranded assets, which is concerning. And do you have any thoughts on that?
I think with the no going back on this, it also ties into the speed and just how we already have so much there and we're ready to do it. And modifying this approach allows us to take advantage of it. But once you go in this and you ask other people to take on those assets or you deal with those, the cost of moving back is very heavy on the taxpayer. And that's why the model, even we are with single family, right? It works and it's great, but like the cost of trying to take it fully public would be huge because of the cost of getting extra trucks and staff and all of that. So the model we have right now, where it's partly picked up by private contractors, they're involved in the system, they have a role in it, but giving that control of the actual system and how it's designed and supported, that is a big move, and would be very hard to sort of bring that back in. Just
Right.
even the expertise that would be lost.
Okay, and maybe I'll go to Mr. Paramaki as well, because just on that point around a fairly significant part is contracted out. I believe it's 70%. Is that correct, Mr. Paramaki?
That is the number that we have heard, yes.
Okay, and because the reason I'm asking this, you mentioned sort of that 50-50 split, recognizing we're not at that place right now, but you suggested that there should be sort of a transition back to this, and this is the best balance. I'm just looking for a little more detail there, why you feel that that's the ideal place to be.
Well, I'll just share, the comments that the union received in regards to the 50-50 split and the 70-30 split as it exists now is under the 50-50 model. I mean, that is the kind of the ideal way going forward. I mean, you've got both sides able to keep each other on their toes, so to speak. You know, you've got city collectors that are there, and then you've got the other contracted side. I mean, the city would have to invest an awful lot to take over the entire system, and I don't think anybody's advocating for that at this moment. But I mean, keeping a 50-50 split maintains that there's a relative balance, so that both sides benefit from working against each other and cooperatively together.
Great, and then I'll just squeeze in one quick one. Equity and service delivery. I know there's potential concerns that were flagged around inequitable service outcomes. If some companies are better able to secure contracts or bargain than others. Any thoughts on that and what that might mean for residents or maybe smaller properties?
I would defer that to administration for
Sure.
for comment. Thanks.
No problem. I will ask admin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I'm going to take my turn at this point, and I have some questions for you, Ms. Odie, and this might take a couple of cycles actually, because I just want to kind of break down your presentation to us. So, here's the sense I get, trying to just summarize what I'm hearing. We have a waste management system that has a number of pieces, a number of parts, a number of streams. And that costs money. And we divide up the cost of the system and divide it by the number of people, number of living units in the city, and everybody pays $40, more or less, give or take. And what I hear you saying is that what you're paying in other places is far less than what you're paying in Edmonton. So starting there, have I got that correct?
Yeah, that's what we're experiencing.
So someone who hears that might, and forgive me if this is too glib, might say cynically that, yeah, sure, you can hire somebody to haul your garbage away and bury it in a hole someplace for a lot less money than what it is that the waste management system in Edmonton is trying to do. So tell me how I'm wrong with that assertion.
Yeah, I agree with you that would be glib. The costing that I had provided that we're experiencing in other jurisdictions, some of those are also municipality controlled, and so there's a few different models that we are operating under, from Quebec all the way through to Victoria, BC. And we're not experiencing any sort of pricing that we do here in Edmonton. And looking specifically to the city of Calgary, we pay considerably less for what I have to be honest, is better overall service.
So I want to hear more about that. But I will say, first of all, that the city of Calgary specifically is not necessarily a direct comparison, because they also have a property tax contribution to their waste management that we don't. We're capturing it all in the utility. So it's not quite apples to apples, right? So explain that then to me. When you talked a little bit about how you compost on site, or how you are doing source separation on your sites. How is
we don't compost on site, but we do compost separation, and then our provider then picks it up. But we do not compost on site. We just provide our residents with in-suite kitchen pail for their composting, which they can then take down to the sorting, the common sorting area within each of our buildings.
So so I'm going to say it in the way I understand it here. You are providing an opportunity for your residents to separate out their organics and their recyclables from a garbage stream.
Yeah.
So you have 3-stream collection.
That is correct. We have 3-stream collection across the entire city.
The entire city of Calgary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may, just on you had someone had asked, I think Mr. Curry, regarding that behavior change and the education piece. I could speak to what the city of Calgary did. They took that on and they collaborated a lot with multifamily building owners. They provided all of the collateral with respect to tenant engagement on site, the documentation, both posters and digital, and they did a really good job of that educational piece.
Yeah, I think that's the intent of our system too, but I want to be clear, I want to clearly understand you. You're essentially saying the City of Calgary did that and you're not paying for that work.
Well, it was a collaboration because we took on a lot of that as well.
Okay.
And as part of our, ongoing ESG initiatives, tenant engagement with respect to waste reduction is also our responsibility. And we take on some of that cost as well because we feel that it's our responsibility as well.
Do you get into, let me ask that a different way. Can you tell me then how much of a cross-contamination problem you have in the separation of those streams?
It is certainly a problem, and it's actually one of the initiatives that we addressed this past year. We launched a campaign across the entire portfolio, and just re-educating our residents on what goes where. And we have recently seen improvements with that. I can't give you any sort of specific metrics with respect to that loss because of cross-contamination, but we have recognized it's a problem, and it's a problem everywhere, and we've employed measures to decrease it.
So I get that, so my question goes to, it's great that notionally you're separating everything out the same way that we want to, but if it's all getting collected and then it's all being landfilled because there's too much cross-contamination, that's not achieving the goal that we're setting out to achieve.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that it's that pervasive of a problem whatsoever.
Okay, I will come back. Thank you very much for those answers. We'll continue in a moment.
You're welcome.
I will now go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for IDEA, because I'm new to the sort of development build side of things in my past career. So I'm a little bit confused. So if you could break it down a little bit more plainly for me, how this proposed, three system sorting affects the missing middle.
Yeah,
'Cause that's
so
what- yeah.
in 2019, the city chose to no longer pick up commercial waste. And so when you have medium scale or small scale mixed use projects, so you have a commercial component and a residential component, you now need to have bins and a collection plan for the residential component, which is picked up by the city. And then you need bins and a collection plan for the commercial, which is picked up by private sector. And so what you could do pre-2019, you would just have one set of bins and one collection, and it would take up technically half the space that it does now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in a situation where we're using up a lot of land that could be otherwise used for people for waste collection.
So that's if you have sort of like a lot of the new builds have the commercial on the first or second floor, and then you have the residential on the top, is kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, so if you wanted a coffee shop in your building, if you wanted to do a restaurant, retail space, lawyer's office, any of those services, medical office, then we're in a situation where a lot of land is being used for waste.
Has that been mitigated at all by the changes in the parking requirements, though?
So the changes,
because you don't have to have a parking stall per unit anymore.
Correct. So if we didn't do the parking changes, we'd be in a really, really terrible situation. But we had the parking problem. We got rid of the parking problem. Then we introduced a commercial problem or mixed use problem. And so we're in a very similar situation that we were in pre-parking changes.
Okay, yeah, no, that helps, because I thank you for explaining that in a little bit more layman's terms for me. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
No problem. It's a very complex problem. I know sometimes it's hard for me to wrap my head around as well.
Yeah. So my next question is for Liam. you know, based on, I apologize, I did miss your presentation this morning. I was away for a medical appointment. But I know I had the privilege of going and meeting with some of the frontline workers, specifically with the multi-unit section just this past week. And it was amazing to see the passion and the dedication. They had lots of great ideas, and they also suggested the 50-50 split. So when you hear, you know, IDEA talking about that challenge, does that 50-50, would that 50-50 split potentially, and maybe saying mixed use gets the ability to have sort of those contracts versus when it's purely residential? Like, what are your thoughts on that from that 50-50 split?
My thoughts on it, and I'll echo Miss Samji and say it is a very complex problem, but you know, to your point, there are lots of folks who do have a ton of experience and a ton of ideas in regard to how you might mitigate those factors. And, you know, going back to some of the comments that Mr. Curry made, you know, it's going through these sites on a case-by-case basis and saying what fits for this site, what sort of service can the city provide, and how do we make it work for the particular property.
Yeah, so as long as we as a city are putting in that consideration for those mixed use and coming up with a win-win solution, you feel that there would be ideas and it could be doable.
I'm confident that the city workers can figure something out.
Okay, perfect. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just want to go to Ms. Samji again around some of those space constraints on smaller sites. I guess you did mention in particular the developer standards for waste storage and access and those guidelines that exist and the need to update those. And it seems like that could be, I guess, a potential place to inject a solution. Do you have any thoughts on what that solution could look like and what updates need to be made in order to allow for that flexibility?
So I might defer to my colleague Chelsea Jerzak. From our understanding, they need a really wide radius to access a site. They can only access the site from certain ways, and it was really built with a greenfield development in mind. And so we need to go back and look at it from an infill perspective. And not only do we need to update the standards, but if we don't address that the city can't pick up both residential and commercial, we'll always be stuck with needing more bins than we might need actually.
And Mr. Zek, do you have anything to add there?
I think Mariah covered it well. With regard to the waste storage guidelines, I think we just don't know right now how the multiple variables will play out on a site with regard to site planning. So there's different bin sizes, but how they will be configured and what the frequency will be are subject to, conversation with the city on a site-by-site basis. So having some clarity around those things will really help with the site planning process. It's also really important to involve transportation on their access management guidelines. As Ms. Samji pointed out, there are some access issues that frequently come up, particularly on small sites and particularly on sites that aren't serviced by a lane. And I'll just echo the concern with regard to the policy with the two streams when we have separate pickup and then now with a third bin as well, that we just don't know how all those variables will play out on the site. And so that's why it's really important for us to have those conversations and prioritize the updating of the developer standards.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate the clarity and I'll be asking administration some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Back on the first round, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and thanks so much to all the speakers. My colleagues are doing a great job of covering off a lot of my questions. I know I've had the chance to speak to some of you in advance as well. But just on that question, so maybe this is a question for you, Ms. Odie, just in terms of your experience in other jurisdictions. It does seem like one of this goes to the site design, the site access piece. I'm just wondering in other jurisdictions if there's more flexibility and more choice around if I might call it a mixed fleet, so different sized trucks, different sized equipment that enables different site layouts or different options. Do you see that greater flexibility in other cities, or is it still a fairly standard, the dump truck we're all used to seeing, is it fairly standardized even within a more privatized model?
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point. It definitely certainly some of the logistics are challenging. One of the challenges we have really at the site level is space, right? Space to dedicate to the three different streams. But for instance, the city of Montreal. The city of Montreal has this standard one size truck, and they're able to maneuver and finagle their way and collect those three streams. But some of our private contractors do have sort of different fleet levels that they can utilize for different types of our assets.
Okay, and so that different fleet size, I would imagine that provides more flexibility just in terms of the level of service. So if you have a smaller building, it's a smaller container you may be able to have, and then also just that site access flexibility there too.
I think, yeah, we experience a little bit of that in some of our smaller markets where they're able to utilize different fleet sizes, but in others, like Montreal and in Quebec City, the truck is the truck.
Okay, thanks so much for that, and thanks to all the speakers for being out today. If anyone else, sorry, did someone else want to jump in on that? No, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So back to me, Ms. Odie. So I'm just kind of picking up where we left off.
Sure.
So and again, trying to compare the Edmonton and Calgary models just for reference. So you privately operate a site. There's three-stream separation at source. What was the impetus of that separation? Was that a city requirement in Calgary? Was that?
It was absolutely a city-driven initiative starting in 2015. I think they declared their long-term goal of a 70% reduction in landfill waste. So it was definitely an initiative driven by the city that we were all too happy to jump in on and work very hard to achieve it.
And so your private enterprise is doing three-stream collection at a residential building. Trucks come and pick that waste up. Do they use a model of one truck or two or three? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I actually don't know. We have one sole contractor that handles all of our Calgary properties. I don't know if they have different days pickup like the city of Calgary does for single family homes.
And then those trucks take the waste to a Calgary facility? Or do you know?
I don't know. I know that the city of Calgary still controls, where the composting goes, where the recycling goes. The private, the contractors aren't allowed to go wherever they want.
So, okay, our administration then may know where Calgary requires those trucks to go, and if where they go has some sort of waste management streams beyond those trucks. And so you're saying that your trash bill from the city of Calgary is less than your trash bill from the city of Edmonton on a per unit basis, considerably so?
Yes, considerably so.
But you don't know how much of your property tax bill goes to waste management in the city of Edmonton, correct?
No, but I can certainly, we can certainly do that calculation, but I don't think that it would cover the spread.
Okay, that'd be interesting. Perhaps our administration knows that as well, just as on a comparison basis.
But if you look even across Canada, where you don't have that component of your property tax there, it's still the spread between what we experience in Edmonton vis-a-vis all of the other jurisdictions is pretty wide.
My time is just about done on this round. Sure. I will come back to you if you have another jurisdiction that we might talk about as a comparison. Maybe just have that in the back of your mind, and when we continue, I'll ask you about that. Okay. I'll go now to Councillor Jans in the first round.
My question's for administration, whenever we're ready.
Okay, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Cartmel's questions, Ms. Odie, beyond Calgary, if you want to compare to other jurisdiction that is not partially funded by property taxes, and what would the difference be in what you pay in Calgary, in that jurisdiction, and what do you pay here in Edmonton?
I would have to, I wouldn't want to, speak out of school and give you a number that, I can't 100% verify. So I can certainly go back and just double check on our property tax, the makeup of that, and make sure that that is incorporated in.
Yeah, because that'll be good information to compare, because there's also the other factors that we consider here in Edmonton, which is we want to make sure that people who work for the city collecting waste are well paid, they're given decent benefits, they're good, healthy working conditions under which they work. And we recently changed how we collect, pick up, disposal, garbage by automation instead of workers getting out and injuring themselves. So all those health and safety factors go into, which do increase the cost of collection.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to that will be good analysis to understand the whole spectrum of the cost, not just the collection and diversion. And okay, good. If that'll be good information to look at. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. The to Liam Muramki on the I want to actually share a little story in a way that I worked from home before getting elected to this position during COVID, and every Wednesday in the morning, my garbage will get picked up every day without any fail, without any ever being missed a collection, right? So I really want to commend the members that you're representing or your coalition represents. The work they do is phenomenal, right? So just wanted to say that because sometimes you don't show that appreciation to the workers, right? I have seen it firsthand, pretty much in the same time every morning on Wednesdays. You can actually count on being taking the garbage out half an hour before they come, right? So no, appreciate that. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Those comments are always really well appreciated.
That's everything, Mayor Sohi? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, another turn for me, Ms. Odi, and I appreciate your patience and the conversation. And I really want to disaggregate this and try to make it as clearly and understood as possible. So have you thought of another jurisdiction that we might just briefly discuss about that's a comparator?
Sure.
Yeah.
We can, Saskatchewan. We have assets in Regina and Saskatchewan. We could also.
Let's talk about Regina. And so I'm guessing that the per unit rate is less there than it is in Edmonton. I believe we heard that from one of our other speakers too, Ms. Fredeen, sorry.
And I believe, the colleague from Avenue Living also has assets in Saskatchewan and could maybe speak to their experience there as well.
Sure. And do we know if in Regina that what happens with their trash once it leaves your property? Is it separated at source or is it just all combined in one stream?
No, we don't currently have composting in Regina. We've just started that in Saskatoon on our own, but it's separated between trash and recycling on site.
And let's talk about Saskatoon. The organics that you're separating out, where do they go?
Well, Saskatoon has a composting facility.
Okay.
I don't have this, the specifics on the makeup and how they're running that process.
Okay, so I guess what we're being asked at utility, and this is not the first time they've had this conversation, is essentially that we're being told that the multi-unit residential collection is too expensive, that the rate is too high, and that we should engage the private sector to do that collection and to actually manage everything downstream of that collection. But to my knowledge, there is no private sector facility that would do the same thing with those separated streams that the city of Edmonton does.
Yeah, I would not be, one of those proponents where, privatization means all the way downstream. I think, how the city of Calgary does it, where really, those third party are just the collectors. And then the city manages, the city manages making sure that, diversion is actually happening under their specifications.
Okay, and the private sector may be able to more effectively deliver the collection component. They may be able to offer, a different size of vehicles to address Ms. Samji's concerns, for instance, where one truck comes and does all those things on a small parking lot. Private sector may have those elements to offer that service. Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang.
I want to thank all my colleagues for asking great questions. I covered most of mine, but just want to hear a bit more from Mr. Batdorf from the affordable housing sector. Are you still on?
Yes, Councillor, I am.
Great. You have mentioned a whole bunch of numbers, and I apologize, I did get a little bit lost, but so I just want to confirm, you are saying that the third-party rates that you were getting was higher?
The third-party rates, so before 2020, when the city of Edmonton was providing commercial waste services, for a weekly collection of a 3-yard bin, the amounts were $112.29, and that was for a single waste dumpster. Currently, in my 17 and 18 unit buildings, the third-party rate is $125.41 or $131.10. And that is for biweekly service for larger bins and for actually multiple bins.
And so you do support the current or the recommendation that is on the table by the administration by this report?
No, I support the ability for third-party collection. I am kind of confused by the calculated savings or increases of a rate on multifamily units from alternatives 1 to 4.
And also, you have brought up the exemption issue. A little while ago, we actually looked at the granting program instead of a tax exemption for a variety of reasons. But essentially, you want to see ways to make it a bit more affordable for, especially in the affordable housing sector.
For the affordable housing sector, the ability to choose providers and to find the best rate or the best service and or both for low-income Edmontonians is a win for affordable housing. Okay. And I know that there are 502,140 private households calculated by CMHC in Edmonton, and 26% of them are rental. But within that 26% of those private households, 100% of those households are in the Housing First program or most likely on income support or AISH.
Okay, no, interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the speakers for coming out and spending your afternoon sharing your perspective.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more round, and apologies to my colleagues. Feeling a wee bit hypocritical at the moment, but yeah, all right. So
none necessary, Mr. Chair.
I really just want to circle back to Ms. Odie and ask her if she had any other further comments to share. I really appreciate you participating. I didn't mean to put you on the spot necessarily individually, but
not at all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so in our context, I can tell you that right now, right this minute, another committee I'm on is actually having a conversation regionally about solid waste management. And with the goal, I would say, the very broad and early goal of coming to a regional solution around waste management that would be consistent across the region. And with that might come some economy of scale if we had, another 400,000 residents of the region contributing to a collective goal here. I want to ask you if you're familiar with sort of the when we talk about waste management being in a utility, that means that our waste group has to come to this committee and provide a rate filing, that they must justify every single expenditure, that they must justify their operating costs, and all of that goes into a rate calculation. Whereas when we do things at City Council from a budget perspective, it doesn't always come with that level of rigor. Are you familiar with the sort of the two different levels of conversation that happen at in Edmonton?
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar. It's not my area of expertise, but yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with that process.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this was you, Ms. Odie, but we heard from some speakers that they're being charged for organics processing, but the processing isn't happening yet. Is that your understanding as well?
I made that comment, and I think 2 or 3, actually 4 others from the industry also made that comment, that we have been since the beginning paying for organic composting, and we of course don't have it in multifamily.
I believe our administration reached out to a number of stakeholders and actually extended the work to speak to stakeholders. Did you participate when they asked for input in terms of what private collection would look like, what the rates would be, what the services would be delivered?
Sadly, I did not see any outreach for feedback, as we would definitely, Boardwalk would definitely have come to the table had we known.
Are you familiar with any jurisdictions that you have units in where the private sector delivers waste management, organic processing, recycling processing, etc., in the same way that our waste management facility is at least aiming to do?
I think, again, the city of Calgary probably comes the closest. I could definitely go back and take a look at some of our other jurisdictions that we are located in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks to all of our speakers today for your participation in this conversation. We really appreciate your inputs and your insights, and for sharing your perspectives. We're now going to go to questions of administration. I will start with Councillor Paquette as the selector of this item, and please ask my colleagues to populate through eScribe. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And never apologize for excellent questions. So maybe to Mr. Juvenville. So this comparison, these comparators of our bill to other municipalities, I'm sure you've been listening and have a lot of thoughts on that. So I'm wondering if you could just sort of, clear up some of the misconceptions that I personally detected, so I'm assuming you have as well.
For sure. So I can start, and then I'll have some of my peers assist as well. So as a utility, all of our funding comes from the ratepayers. So those are residents, whether they're multi-unit or in single unit. And it's more than what has been described here today, which is collection mainly, a little bit of education, as well as processing. In addition, it also covers our drop-off services, not only our processing, but our asset maintenance and amortization, our environmental costs, which are required for decommissioning our Clover Bar landfill, our education to grade 4 classes, our equity-seeking new entrants within our community, our eco stations, our reuse center, our big bin events, our compost school, and more. So all of these activities are funded by the utility. And this utility rate, if the multi-unit sector did not participate within the utility rate, that would be borne by all the residents within the single family homes in our city, and not the residents that currently reside within the multi-unit homes. And so that is one aspect that we haven't spoken to very much. In addition, as noted, Calgary and many other cities have a couple of different models where they actually introduce taxes, which are accumulated through the private sector as well as the residents, and is contributing towards the waste cost. In addition, many have landfills, we don't. And in addition, we've invested in significant amount of processing ability that will enable us to achieve targets that are higher than almost anywhere else in Canada. And so whether that's pre-processing equipment that enables us to have our organics processed by regional processors and not turned back because of contamination, whether that's our aerobic digester that creates electricity, which actually is diverted out of our black bags, so out of actual garbage, and some of the other systems that we have in place that Mr. Gillen can tell us about. So it's very, very difficult to have an apples to apples conversation because you would have to look at their system as well as their funding models. But with that, maybe if you are okay with it, I pass on to Ms. Gable, who also might provide more.
Certainly, and we'll try to keep it brief. I think essentially, our system has been designed with long-term investments that are admittedly expensive to achieve the ambitions of the 25-year waste strategy. So for instance, today we've heard talk of the city of Regina. They also have a waste plan that they're looking to achieve, but even when we pull up their website right now, it says very clearly that the diversion that they're seeing from the industrial, commercial, institutional sector, which includes the multifamily units that would be picked up privately, is 10% at this point. Largely, that diversion is coming from paper and cardboards. And the city's overall waste diversion rate has remained static at 20% since 2015. So recognizing that we know and have been, I hope, very clear that our system continues to turn a corner in terms of performance, part of the cost that we're seeing is the investments that have been required that we've sort of smoothed out over the long term directly from those who are benefiting from them to be able to achieve the long-term targets that we've set. So we welcome the continued scrutiny, but still do believe that there's a rationale for why our costs are more expensive because we're trying to achieve something fairly unprecedented.
Okay, so that's a really important point that I think I heard is that the idea that people are paying for a service they're not getting as far as diversion is not entirely accurate because those monies actually go toward building the capacity for that, and it is actually part of the strategic plan.
Well, and I think the Edmonton cart rollouts is a good example. The business case that we brought forward today is another. So that's pretty transformational system change that we're achieving. The Edmonton cart rollout, as we will recall, was delivered with a 0% rate increase. And the rate filing that we brought to City Council last December also did clearly indicate that we had made an assumption that we would be implementing a program like the one that we presented today in the business case, again, within the rate forecast that we've already published and had approved by City Council, where we continue to deliver on that transformational work without a rate shock.
Right. Okay, great. No, and sorry for the interruption. Please continue on the original question.
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat what's still missing in your perspective?
Nothing. I just thought maybe there was more that you wanted to add.
I suspect we'll be called for many other answers, so I think that maybe covers it for now.
Okay, perfect.
I expect.
All right, and I'm out of time.
Sorry, Councillor Paquette. I'm going to pause here because I missed a step. I'm going to go to Mr. Beckett, our advisor, and just ask him to share his thoughts on this file, and then we'll come back to Councillor questions, and we can ask questions of Mr. Beckett at the same time. Sorry about that, Mr. Beckett. Please go ahead.
Not a problem for me. You're facing an interesting decision here. You have a policy, a waste management policy, and through that policy, you impose standards on your waste utility as to the nature of collection, processing, diversion, all of those things. And in the business case that was prepared, you have an opinion that suggests that it would be very, very difficult to impose those objectives on the private sector if indeed this function was privatized. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I can't tell you if that is the last word on it, but at least it did get some legal review from within the city, and that red flag was raised. The other parties who have participated in this conversation today have not provided you any legal opinions as to why it could work. So there's a lack of evidence. You don't have the final say on whether or not that is possible. And so I think it would be difficult to proceed with adopting a privatized model in the absence of some evidence around that particular question. The other area, you know, as a regulator, you're supposed to make decisions based on evidence and evidence alone, not gut feel, not your own personal biases, but evidence. So you've got evidence from administration, a very detailed business case, several levels of review, including legal review, that makes one conclusion. You heard from many participants in this process who are putting forward a separate course of action. But I mean no disrespect to the presenters today. It's not evidence, it's anecdotal. And I would not recommend that you make a decision just based on anecdotal material. Now, through your questions, you've done a good job of bringing out quite a bit of material from the other participants, but it's kind of loose. You know, it's just verbal representations, and I'm not comfortable with just verbal representations, like the issue of how much of Calgary's waste collection revenue is collected through property taxes, for instance, those kind of things. The other issue I've got is that the proposal for privatization is really, really fuzzy for me. Like, I don't get exactly what everybody is proposing. I hear some people saying, oh, we just want to privatize the collection. Our trucks are cheaper than your trucks. And I've heard others say, no, we're going to privatize the whole darn thing. And so with that kind of bandwidth on what the options are, I'm confused. I just can't see where a conclusion is possible. The other thing that I'm not clear on is the proponents of privatization. And it's probably what's their model? Are they saying their members can opt in or will be forced to go private? Can they opt out of privatization back to the city if it's not working out for them? And do they really speak for all property owners or just their own groups? It seems to me that most of these other presenters represent large commercial interests. I wonder how many of the small condo corporations or rental properties are equally interested in privatization of waste management. And I don't have an answer to that question. So my conclusion is, I think you've seen enough evidence that you can go ahead with approving the three-stream collection for multi-unit properties. I don't think you've got enough evidence to suggest that you should change the utility model today, recognizing that if that evidence ever does come forward, you can look at this issue again in the future. But if you make the decision to go down the privatization road today, you've scrambled the egg, and it's kind of hard to unscramble it if you find that that's not working. And that's why I'm focused so much on getting the evidence before you make the decision, rather than turning it into a popularity kind of vote. But it is utility models always face a challenge around those who find on the edges that they could do it cheaper than the utility could. And it really goes back to, what is your policy? If your policy is that Edmonton will have this level of waste management, and the only way we can have that level of waste management is through a utility model, then you need to stick with that. If you're prepared to relax that, then you can look at different models. But the decision to look at those different models has to be based on a lot more evidence than you've got in front of you right now.
Just a couple of questions then, Mr. Beckett. So first off, and not to be seen as harshly critical, but did you find anything lacking in the analysis that administration provided?
No, I can't think of anything. I guess in hindsight, if the analysis had been done by a third party, it might have helped this perception that some of the participants seem to have that vested interests are at play here, that the city's going to always come to the conclusion that it should be the city's solution. But other than that, I thought it was very well done, and it certainly met my standards as far as evidence for a regulatory proceeding.
And second question, there's the question of a private system or a separate utility that has the franchise aspects. Those arguments are made in the report. But maintaining our current model does not eliminate at all the opportunity for private sector participation in that work.
Not at all. If your trucks are cheaper than my trucks, I'll go with your trucks.
We can hire your trucks.
Yeah. And if private operators are convinced that they can do some aspect of the work at a lower cost than the city is currently doing it through its mix of private and city crews, then they should make that case and win a contract.
Thank you. So with that, thank you for your comments, Mr. Beckett. Councillor Jens.
Thank you for this, and thank you to all the speakers who gave their time to come and share with us and to help go through today. Mr. Beckett, I guess I just want to be clear then, you support the recommendation of the administration, which is option 5?
Well, in my mind, that's the only option that's on the table because it's the only option that's supported by evidence, yes.
And so if our and sorry, not to be pedantic, I guess. And so if our previous, I believe in 2020, council passed the 25-year strategy, and you would then say, with that in mind, given all the factors that we've received, this is the option that will best get us towards that 25-year strategy.
At this point in time, yes. There may be something that happens in the future that would further assist in getting to that goal more quickly or less expensively. And if that was the case, those should certainly be considered. But as of today, I don't think you have anything in front of you that would suggest that.
And if I may then to Mr. Jubenville, if you're still on the call, some of the things I've heard in the conversation about pickup and disposal from the private sector have been concerning, that they may not align with our 25-year strategy. What oversight or provisions do we have?
So for clarity, oversight if in fact it was private, or oversight being that we oversee it?
Oversight of the private providers currently not aligned with our 25-year strategy.
Right. So right now we actually provide the service, and so we have complete oversight.
Okay.
So any private entity that's doing that work right now is actually under contract with us, and when they don't meet it, we do have clauses within the contracts that make them achieve the levels that we're looking to achieve. If you're in a private model, you wouldn't have that oversight. You'd have regulations and bylaws that you would attempt to achieve similar.
I'm not sure who this question would be for. Maybe Mr. Jubenville. There was a question about engagement with some of the landlords and the I guess the corporate partners here. Was there any contemplation of engagement with tenants or the folks who are engaged? Because I think there's a piece here of an assumption that I heard from a couple of the speakers, that if you lower the costs for the landlord, that they will then lower the rent for the tenant. But we have no way of quantifying or enforcing that, do we?
No, we can't enforce that. However, what I can tell you is that public engagement isn't quick. And if you want to do it properly, so you actually have a good sample, we weren't able to achieve that within the timings that we had, and we weren't asked to do it at that level. And so if utility committee would like us to engage in that, it would delay the decision on this for certain.
Yeah, no, that's not my intention. I just wanted to understand again that the line between if waste costs were reduced $1,200 to an organization, it doesn't necessarily mean a monthly deduction for the tenants on their rent. It could just as easily be pocketed by the organization.
So I'm certainly not an expert in this field, and I'm not sure if our solicitor on the line is, but I'm not.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to Mr. Jubenville and Ms. Coble and your team for presenting us with data, evidence, and analysis. I found it quite comprehensive, and also just want to express some gratitude for Mr. Beckett. Really appreciate having your expertise in the room, because I wanted to go somewhere similar actually, and just take a step back here, because throughout the report there was mention that the MGA limits our ability to actually regulate privatized services at the level that would be equivalent to current waste utility. So in order to actually complete this work that was asked of you through the motion, we had to make an assumption that is kind of at odds with our actual ability. Is that correct, Mr. Jubenville? Did I interpret that correctly?
You did interpret it correctly.
Okay. So with that in mind, I guess I just have a few logistical questions that I asked of some of the speakers that I wanted to loop back to you with. So the first was just around sort of the expectations of co-location, particularly in buildings that have garbage chutes. And I'm just wondering, recognizing there might need to be some adaptation or some retrofits done, and that different buildings might have different contexts. Would there be that degree of sort of context-specific support to make those types of changes?
Yeah, so this is where we have people who've done a lot of work on this topic. So the rollout is going to take a lot longer than our CART rollout. Our CART rollout, we did it in several months. This will not be several months because of those complexities. And I'll ask Ms. Gable to comment on that.
Sure, and Mr. Jubenville has alluded to it well. We know that there will be site-specific considerations that we need to work through, really on a property-by-property basis. And so we hope to get efficient at it and to develop best practices that we can apply from building to building. But when we visit a site, there will be considerations related to how they manage their property, what kind of staffing level and resident support they provide, the infrastructure that they currently have in place that will influence how we allocate containers and how they maybe build on the allocation of those containers to meet the requirements of the mandatory co-location that we're suggesting. So with a chute, for instance, there are buildings in the world where there would be containers next to a chute, as an example, that would allow you to drop off your organics and your recycling. There's a higher level of property management that's required to support those that wouldn't necessarily be feasible for all properties. For a very small property, you can imagine you might need to have a very dedicated volunteer to be able to make that work. But our goal is to be able to provide that hands-on technical assistance on a property-by-property basis to make sure that the program can be implemented with success for both property managers, property owners, and the actual residents. And again, that's why, as Mr. Jubenville indicated, we expect this to be more like a 4-year rollout than a 6-month rollout that you would have been familiar with the Edmonton CART rollout.
Okay. Fantastic. And that really clears up that question for me. And yeah, happy to hear that we're going to be taking that kind of tailored approach, at the same time applying those best practices to other opportunities. And it kind of gets to the question that I was going to ask related to Ms. Samji's concern. I guess I'm wondering, when it comes to developer standards related to waste storage and access, those guidelines, is there kind of a planned update that's going to be happening as part of this work to allow for that flexibility in tighter quarters in an infill context versus greenfield?
Yeah, so one of the biggest bodies of work that we'll have to get to work on quickly once we know the parameters of the program that we would like to implement would be creating updated developer standards that make it very clear, not only what are the hard and fast rules, but what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve, so that again, we can work with developers and property owners to achieve those outcomes in a way that respects that we're trying to build the future city described by the city plan. And that involves forms of development that don't yet exist in Edmonton, including challenges that come with developing on very small scale mixed sites. So we're actually very pleased that folks like IDEA and other development stakeholders are at the table with us, helping us look at what's working in other cities, what do we need to understand as the current barriers, and really start to tackle. But one of the things that I do want to point out that's a little bit different to the parking minimums, we're not providing containers for imaginary waste. And so unfortunately, Edmontonians generate amongst the highest levels of waste per capita anywhere in the world. And so part of what we also think can happen with the utility model and implementing 3-stream under the utility model is that we can start to drive system changes that actually reduce the amount of waste that we're generating as well, because all of that needs to work together to achieve the outcomes of the waste strategy.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much again for the comprehensive report, and certainly a great discussion so far today. So I'm torn between different factors. I do really hear the concerns of industry. Particularly, I think what it comes down to is a lack of flexibility with site design and with the standards, both for new buildings and also existing buildings as well. But I want to start maybe an area that where my mind goes when I was looking at the business case, looking for sort of the evidence that we can pin our decisions on. Where my mind went was a comparison to the experience with the industrial commercial collections. And I think there's a parallel there, not only in terms of looking at the pricing, but also in terms of that level of control, in terms of managing the diversion rates that we want to achieve. So I'm wondering if we could just spend a bit of time helping me to understand, again, how we anticipate achieving the diversion rates with the industrial commercial, recognizing that they're not part of the utility, and also just what the pricing there has been.
I'm not sure to whom the question is, but I guess I'll start by responding that attempting to achieve the same level of diversion in the ICI sector, knowing that they're separate from the utility, will be very difficult. And it's going to have to be through collaboration, engagement, a lot of the methods that they've been describing here today that they're doing with the MU sector in other cities and other municipalities. And so it will be complex. It will have to be a systemic approach with the collaboration of private industry to hit those targets, but it won't be easy.
And so just right now, we don't have any bylaws related to waste diversion in the ICI stream?
So ICI is the next component we're going to get to once we've completed the MU component.
But I guess just to that question of the legal opinion and the legal advice is what is our what's our degree of control over that moving forward? And appreciating that sort of that detailed work hasn't gone ahead yet, but we must, I think having a sense of what that looks like helps inform this conversation as well.
So Julian, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So the preliminary work that we've done on how we will achieve a similar path towards greater diversion in the ICI sector has indicated that we need to be prepared for challenges. And part of that, I think, comes back to the fact that here in Alberta, there's lots of landfill space, and there's no provincial regulation that would indicate that waste has to go anywhere but the landfill. And so even in other jurisdictions, we know that ICI diversion rate struggles and is challenged to keep up with the level of diversion that can be achieved through a municipal or a systems program. And that's even in places where there are regulations that say no organics in the landfill or no recyclables in the landfill. So it's a steep battle for us to be climbing for sure. We intend to move forward with recommendations that will include how the city can influence performance in that sector. And thankfully, we have really incredible ICI champions who are looking to shift on a voluntary basis. But at the same time, we know that even as we look to implement regulations with the ICI sector, we will be challenged with enforcement, particularly because processing happens outside of our municipal boundaries. And that again is why not only is that work expected to be slower and not achieve the same pace of diversion performance, but regional collaboration will be so important. And we're grateful that we have neighboring municipalities who are also interested in seeing the performance of that sector improve.
Okay. Well, and just, again, I think my mind always goes for both and approach. And just if you could walk me through in a little bit more detail the restrictions around potentially having collections be direct from the provider, or sorry, from the property owner to the collector. So again, just looking at the breakdown, recognizing that 24% of the monthly waste rate is for collection, just sort of what flexibility is there? And also just a question, does the capital investment that we're making in equipment preclude revisiting this question later, just given that significant capital investment that we would make now? Does it preclude potential privatization of only the collection, like bins and collection, I guess, moving forward in the future? If, for example, further evidence came to light.
Sure. And I think it's come up before that, bins and trucks would be perhaps one of the easier costs for us to look at divesting ourselves of should we go forward. I think where it gets more complicated and what you will see in the business case is that it's much more difficult to sell off, for instance, a portion of one facility that is part of the Edmonton Waste Management Center. And so when we look at the costs that are driving the costs that our ratepayers are paying, some of that is about costs that are harder to wind down. And so I think with the costs, or pardon me, the investments that are recommended through this business case, things like bins and trucks, we've been in that practice before, for instance, where we sold off some bin inventory when we wound down our commercial collection, because it's much easier to transfer those assets in a way that still protects the investment that's been made on behalf of ratepayers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Sohi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and whenever, if ready to, I can move the recommendation, if that's, unless you want to wait.
No, if you're willing to move it now and get it on the floor, we
Yeah,
can still
I
ask
thought-
questions of both.
Yeah, I thought so I will move the recommendation. The Utility Committee recommend to City Council that the waste services provide mandatory 3-stream communal collection with mandatory co-location for disposal for each waste stream as outlined in March 25th, 2022 City Operations Report C 00581. Number 2, that the communal collection diversion rate calculation methodology as set out in attachment 2 of the March 25th, 2022 City Operations Report CO 00581 REV be approved. Number 3, that the capital profile 2381-2054, the 3-stream communal collection as set out in attachment 3 of the March 25th, 2022 City Operations Report C 00581 REV be approved.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Did you have any questions?
I do have some questions.
Please go ahead.
So we have been investing to build this integrated waste management system for a few decades, and that looks at not only collection, looks at processing, looks at diversion, looks at education, looks at reducing waste at source, and so it's a very comprehensive approach. So peeling one part of this system has implications for the rest of the system, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, very much so.
Right. So it might be cheaper to peel off that one part and have it somewhere else, but there will be consequences on the rest of the system with increased cost, because you have to pay for that whole infrastructure you build and also the societal objectives that you want to achieve through diversion.
Yes, and I would add that even from a collections perspective, which is sometimes the prime example given in this conversation, we do collect from a very diverse variety of multi-unit properties, some of which we would expect would potentially face higher costs in a private sector model.
We did have a system in the past that was partially funded by property taxes. I think was 50% came out of property taxes, 50 was through a fee that homeowners paid, but we changed that system to a fully utility system, right?
Yes, we converted to a utility a number of years ago.
Yeah, and the whole one of the purpose was to bring kind of rigor that Mr. Backett was talking about, evidence-based decision, and also having a utility committee do a deep dive into rate setting.
Certainly, and I think you hear from us often that we're, grounded and aligned to our waste utility fiscal policy, which really guides how we develop our rates and manage our budgets.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Mr. Beckett, I do have one question, which when we look at rate setting and when we look at what kind of system we should have, you said we should be making decision based on evidence and what is in front of us. I just want to know if I'm getting this right. Does looking at the well-being of the workforce and the quality of workforce, is there a valid consideration when we're making this decision? So I want to make sure that if I'm right in that or not, or should I be considering that?
You are absolutely right.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that, because I don't want to be saying, well, you should not be considering this. So good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Okay, so I've got a few. I'll probably have a couple of rounds. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. So first of all, perhaps to Mr. Jubinville, we heard that multi-unit ratepayers are paying for organic processing and not getting it. Can you explain that comment?
Yeah, I will start, and then I'll have Mr. Jelland help out as well. And so being a utility model, we all contribute towards the success of diversion within our city. And so when we contribute, we try to be as efficient and as effective as we can in the processing of what comes in. And so as you can imagine, when we have carts, we source separate way better on the single unit side than we would on the multi-unit side at this time. And so it makes processing more efficient, more effective on that side. So you bring together all your processing capacity. You then use your processor as efficiently as you can. And together as a utility, we choose something, the best we can for our city as a whole. And so what I'd like to do is introduce Mr. Jelland, who is in charge of all of our processing and those decisions. And recently the decision to use a regional model for our organics versus us creating our own organics processing facility to show the collaborative effort we have with our private sector.
Okay, concisely, please, because we're running out of time.
Certainly. I think some of the claims about organics processing not occurring was happening across the entire utility when we had to shut down the Edmonton composting facility in 2019. It's taken us a few years to get our facilities up and going again, using the anaerobic digester and regional partnerships. But what we do run into troubles with is that waste that comes in mixed with regular municipal solid waste, as currently occurs in the multi-unit world, is difficult to extract and makes very poor quality compost. Waste that comes in that's source separated is very efficient and easy to process. So when we have constraints on our system, we favor to use the material that makes good quality compost and is easy to do efficiently. And in doing so, we're able to process more waste overall and affect the environment in the best possible ways, which we believe impacts all rate payers, regardless of whether they live in a multi-unit or a single unit facility.
So the answer is we are processing organic waste, yes?
That's correct. We're steadily increasing the amount of organic waste we're processing this year over last and last year over the year before it.
And you're going to share those metrics with us?
That's correct. In our business, our annual plans and business plans, we provide those values for you.
Thank you. With respect to Ms. Samji's concerns around double pickups and the size of bins, etc., and I have a similar concern at those missing middle townhome sites that may have moved to curbside pickup, but may not have, and may have that big bin that is both way too big and forcing really big trucks to rip up asphalt in those facilities. Can we go to some sort of collective bin service where we've got, fewer carts than the number of units being served in a collective place that are just picked up by the cart truck. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly. So the recommendations in the business case and the report that we present today is to introduce some new flexibility for the containers that we use to serve multi-unit properties. So having both bins and carts at our disposal to meet the needs of properties that we're serving. And of course, our goal is to right-size those containers so that they're not oversized, knowing that we do have sort of a limit to the number of times that we would visit a property to collect waste each week. So we're not going to be there, 6 or 7 days a week to have a tiny little container, but ultimately we do believe that by adding carts to the types of containers that we can use to serve those properties, and really even being more flexible about how small a multi-unit property can be to access communal collections, we will be introducing a new level of sort of service to meet the needs of properties. I think we also want to emphasize, though, we do not consider this the 25-year solution. We really hope that it's the 4 and 5-year solution to transition multi-unit properties to have access to the same kind of food scrap sorting that our single-unit residences who receive curbside collection are experiencing. But we also know that we need to be at the table with developers and with development services and with other stakeholders in Edmonton to know that this may not be the solution to meet the needs of development, 25 years from now.
Thank you. I'll need another round. With the greatest of respect, we need to tighten the answers, please. Councillor Stevenson. Pardon me, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess once again, I want to commend your team for doing a really excellent research report, and I agree with a number of points, Mr. Beckett, you made. Actually, all my questions were answered through the report and through my colleagues. I guess one thing I just kind of lingering for me, I heard, I'm hearing there's a lot of flexibility that our waste team has in terms of working with various stakeholders, and this came up during the Q&A earlier. But I guess I just want to really get it from you, just in terms of, organizations like IDEA and, even some of the condo properties, and also the affordable housing providers, given the timeline for implementation, you're committing to, I guess, working with them on these win-win situations that is very context specific. Is that correct?
Yes, and respecting the advice from Councillor Cartmell, just want to make sure that it's clear that doesn't mean we can solve every problem overnight, but we really want to be at the table.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly the starting point. Yeah, and I guess that affordable housing piece I thought was interesting because it wasn't actually covered in the GBA Plus analysis, but is there any, specific considerations we need there? Sort of given some of the specific challenges that our speaker had mentioned, and actually even prior to him talking, I had kind of just flagged for myself.
One of the things that we outlined in the implementation plan was some associated actions, including stakeholder working groups. So I think if it wasn't clear, we can indicate today on the records that there may be a need to engage more proactively with equity-seeking groups through our stakeholder working groups to make sure that as we implement, we're not, again, missing out on the barriers that we may be creating for some specific residents.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm certainly ready to vote and support this. I think this was really well done, and thank you for all your work and openness and flexibility in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much. So, again, really see the value in moving in this direction. I think if nothing else, just for the speed of implementation. But I am really concerned, just again about level of service and the commitment we can make to industry, and also, I'm some residents in my ward, have had a protracted exchange with Waste Management around bin collection that's led to a $30,000 lawsuit with their neighbors. Like I do see some challenges, and I do really hear the concerns of the sector and from the folks who are building the type of high density housing we want to see. So you spoke to the updated development guidelines. Just wondering if you can just talk me through what other work you might be doing around that service level in terms of introducing that really strong sense of flexibility and adaptability at the ground level.
Sure. I think one of the things, again, that we're able to consider with clear program guidelines is even, I'm thinking of the example that I think you might be referring to, whether there's an opportunity for us to have clear mechanisms for two multi-unit properties to share a bin for communal collection, as an example, if that frees up space. There are going to be limitations to what we can change on a dime without creating confusion and, new problems that we haven't contemplated. I guess the commitment is to stay engaged on this, and that we do expect that there are things that we will learn that maybe we don't know yet over that 4-year implementation plan.
Okay, thanks for that. And then really specifically around the mixed use question, is there any scope to consider allowing mixed use properties to fall under the industrial commercial stream?
So when we look at that question, we know that there are lots of examples from other municipalities where, as much as there can be sort of grassroots criticism, there are solutions that help to make mixed use and vibrant development really successful, even when those waste streams need to be separated. And so for us, there are some concerns around the scope of provincial EPR regulations, as an example, the requirements that they will have for that waste to be separate, the processing challenges that Mr. Challand has talked about when we don't know what waste is coming through ours. But again, it's something that we intend to look at for really small scale mixed developments to make sure that there's not something we're missing or we don't know.
Well, yeah, and I think what I heard was it's not the 3 bins that's an issue. It's the 6 bins if you have to have the commercial and the residential separated. So recognizing. Again, I follow the logic of needing the pool to be contributing into the utility, but I think there's scope to consider exempting the mixed-use properties to avoid that complication.
Yeah, and I think what we can commit to doing is coming back if we recognize that, there are significant barriers that we continue to see. At this point, we are guided by the direction that we've received by City Council that we don't collect that waste. So it may be a further discussion that we have to bring forward in the future, but we continue to keep an eye on it, I guess we can say.
And just because the chair isn't noticing, so sorry, could you... So sorry, recognizing that the policy direction was to not collect the industrial commercial, but can the utility decide to not collect that residential and allow that to be through the ICI stream?
I'm guided by what the utility advisor has indicated throughout this conversation, that opting out doesn't work with a utility model. So the utility model means that you define who your customers are, and that is your customer base. I don't know if he wants to chime in on that question, perhaps.
So to clarify, it's really specific cases where you have a residential and commercial on the same property. So just excluding those residentials from the utility.
I guess the reason why it's a complicated question is that when we look at the forecast in the city plan, that portion of properties in the city is expected to grow exponentially. And we want to see that, but it could create a very unpredictable customer base that puts us at risk of being able to maintain a stable utility. So it would be unfortunate if we try to solve one problem and then the success of achieving the city plan means that we've put the utility at financial risk.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So either to Mr. Sebrick or Mr. Jubenville, a few really quick ones. We've heard a lot from the the multi-unit sector over the years about the efficiency of cost, efficiency of service, looping back on service. Do you believe that this operation can improve? Do you believe that we can start making this meeting those expectations?
Mr. Chairperson, I think I think core to all our city services is that we continually try to get better. Certainly there's opportunities. The split that Mr. Permaki talked about helps us govern our own performance and gauge it. So definitely we want to continue to try and push for improved efficiency, but also keeping in mind meeting the needs of our citizens. So it's forefront that we want to continue to get better, and we'll continue to look for ways to get better.
through this move to multi-unit collection, are we going to be able to measure how much our diversion rate increases?
Yes. And maybe Mr. Jelen wants to quickly describe, but we in essence can weigh everything that's coming in, and when you separate it, you can weigh each of the separate components. So yes, and then you can do waste characterizations on that as well. So you'll know the volume and the mix of the volume. So yes.
We will be able to clearly demonstrate that this is having a positive effect on diversion rates.
Correct.
And there is opportunities for the private sector to participate in any part of this process. Correct?
Correct, as they do today and as they can continue in the future.
So if there was, the private sector decided to stand up facilities, perhaps in the region, for instance, that were offering some of these processing pieces, we would be open to that, depending upon where we sit with our facilities and where we, what our operation is.
Yes, with that caveat, absolutely. That's what we did with our regional organics process. We didn't create our own. We went to the region and are engaging the private industry.
And are we going to try everything we can to reduce rates, not just for multi-unit residential, but for single-family residential rate payers?
Yes, that's one of the things that's a high motivation for me is high level of service with increased efficiency to decrease rates.
And you'll be offering metrics on all of those things to show that we're making progress in all of those areas, yes?
That is the value of the utility model, yes.
Very good.
And we report every year as well. So we have really strong oversight on our performance as well as the rates on an annual basis.
Thank you. I will be looking for that. And I think we owe it to the people that have come here today to make sure that we can demonstrate that we are actually making progress on their concerns. So I will leave it there. Mayor Sohi has moved the recommendations in the report. Seeing no other questions or speaking, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just speak very briefly to this. Thank you again so much to all the presenters and to city staff for this really detailed work. There are complexities here, and certainly as we grow as a city and change as a city, we need to be adapting to those new challenges. For me, time is of the essence. It's critical that we bring three stream sorting into our multifamily, and I think that the recommendation of administration gets us there as fast as possible. That said, I heard very clearly that the decision that we're making today to move forward on this basis does not preclude revisiting this question in the future in terms of looking at different models for the waste collection. So that's certainly something that I think we can continue to be alive to. And as part of that as well, what I really look for is that really, increased commitment to the customer orientation and making sure that we are being as adaptable as possible with these services moving forward for our multifamily, which again is building towards our city plan goals. So look forward to the ongoing conversation, and thanks again so much for the work.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Sohi, for putting this forward. And thank you to administration for all the hard work. I wasn't convinced that we should even explore this question when it came up last year, but I'm glad we did, so that we have answers that are extremely clear and transparent. And I believe settles the question for now, which doesn't mean there won't be questions in the future, but for now, I'm very happy to take Mr. Beckett's advice and proceed with supporting this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's all, so I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0, so we will see this as well at council next week. We are just about due for our break, I say with some chagrin, looking at our visitors in the gallery. So if we can make this 10 minutes, is that possible? Reconvene at, is that okay to our clerks? Yes? Okay. So we'll start again at 3:40. And I just want to note that we got to give our staff a little bit of a break too. They've been here for the whole day. So we'll start again at 3:40 and move to our final item. Thanks everyone for your patience. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order then. And we are now moving to item 6.3. I'll do a quick roll call of members of committee. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
I'm here.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hi there.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi.
Here.
Are we going to Mr. McNabb to start us off? Or are we going to our guests?
It's Barry McNabb here. And we've got EPCOR, I believe, that's present, and they have a presentation available if you want to hear it.
I think we will, yes. So please go right ahead. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Daryl Manning. I'm the Director of Regulatory for EPCOR Water and Drainage. This afternoon, I'm joined by Craig Bonneville, the Director of the Wastewater Treatment Plants, as well as Sean Bradford, the Senior Vice President of Water, and Steve Stanley, the Senior Vice President of Drainage. And all four of us are available to answer any questions you may have at the end of the presentation. This afternoon, we are presenting our 2022 operational plan for the 3 utilities regulated by City Council. That, of course, is water treatment and distribution, wastewater treatment, and drainage. As you may recall from the Utility Committee reporting framework that we provided at the last Utility Committee meeting, the operating plan is one of the main reports we provide to the committee on an annual basis, and it's intended to provide the committee and any other stakeholders with an awareness of significant operational initiatives planned for the calendar year, and is presented as part of our obligation to provide regular reporting to Utility Committee and City Council in order to facilitate their role as regulator. Administration has also requested that we do a brief overview of the PBR that was approved last year. So we'll start with that, and it'll provide background to the overall operating plan. So next slide, please. Great, thank you. So in February of last year, EPCOR filed PBR applications to set new rates for all 3 utilities. Our goal in developing the applications was to keep rates affordable while ensuring that the reliable operation and maintenance of critical infrastructure continued. We also engaged Edmontonians to find out what was important to them, and they confirmed their priorities were maintaining safety, quality, and infrastructure into the future at a reasonable price. The submissions were very comprehensive and included the 3 applications themselves, business cases for all major investments, as well as supporting evidence and the governing bylaws. Utility Committee, administration, and their consultants completed a detailed review of the material, asked an additional group of questions which we provided answers on, and that led to the bylaws being approved August 30th. The new bylaw terms will begin April 1st of this year with a 5-year term for water and 3-year terms for both wastewater and drainage. And the staggered term schedule is intended to prevent all 3 applications from being submitted at one point in time in the future, and then all future applications are planned to be on a 5-year basis. Next slide, please. Guiding objectives. The guiding objectives establish the basis upon which Utility Committee and City Council assessed the PBR applications. These objectives included safe and reliable customer service, customers being charged on a cost-to-service basis, and this is one of the central tenets of rate regulation, which ensures customers are charged in relation to the use of the system, with higher levels of use resulting in higher costs. Another objective is that the utility has provided an opportunity to earn a reasonable profit. This is the return on the investment made in developing and maintaining the infrastructure, and that's a consistent approach with utilities across North America, including the Alberta Utilities Commission, and is known as the Fair Return Standard. The environmental objectives within the applications were aligned with the city. And lastly, service levels. These are defined across a number of different parameters, and there's associated metrics program that are used to establish the standard of performance for each of those, and there are financial penalties if they're not met on an overall basis. Next slide, please. Operational costs for the three utilities combined were projected to average $290 million a year over the 22 to 24 term. And that's an increase of less than 1% over 2021 levels. Under the PBR structure, EWSI bears the risk of cost increases. Rate increases are held in inflation irrespective of the cost increase to the underlying input cost. But the reverse of that, cost efficiencies are retained by EWSI until the next PBR term when they were reflected in customer rates through the rebasing adjustment. And the only exception to this would be non-routine adjustments and the consumption deferral account that was introduced in the recent PBR. Next slide, please. The PBR also included over $1.35 billion in capital investment across the three water cycles over the 3-year period. Approximately 50% of that investment is to maintain reliable service through replacing assets at end of life and thereby reducing the risk of asset failure. An additional 35% of the investment is to implement flood protection and corrosion and odor reduction and to support the growing customer base. And as you probably recognize in the report, we refer to these as SERP and CORE. SERP being the flood program in drainage and CORE being the odor reduction. And there's also a flood program on the water side as well. Both the flood protection and the odor reduction strategies were a direct result of City Council requests at the time of the transfer of drainage to EPCOR. Next slide, please. Just a few comments on risk-based capital allocation, which was new in this application. The overall capital investment was reduced in a number of areas from what would have been seen in earlier PBRs and resulted in lower rates. Lower capital expenditures were achieved through a risk-based capital allocation where capital investment was directed at assets with the greatest risk of failure or areas of greatest need. This approach dramatically reduced the cost of implementing many programs, including both the flood and odor initiatives. And it also provided additional capital to address the historic underinvestment in drainage infrastructure. Next slide, please. In developing the PBR applications, we recognized the financial constraints many customers were under as a result of the global pandemic and the associated economic downturn, and the importance of maintaining a stable rate while supporting economic recovery. As a result, EWSI voluntarily reduced customer rates by $66 million on a one-time basis over the 2022 to 2024 period, with no associated impact on capital investment or service levels. This was done by ramping the return on equity in the drainage business over a 5-year period. From a customer perspective, this amounts to $5.21 per month discount for the average residential customer, or $168 over 3 years, and it's $1,259 over the 3 years for commercial customers. This rebate is funded by drainage foregoing income it would normally earn and equates to a 28% reduction over the 3-year period. Next slide, please. This slide looks at the average residential bill, and those that are new to the committee, this is typically the basis that we look at rate increases, the average residential customers, since they are predominantly the largest group of customers we serve. The bill increase across the three utilities combined is 1.5% over 3 years, prior to the SERP and CORE programs, and of course that's the flooding and the odor reduction. When SERP and CORE are included, the increase is 3.4%. This chart does not reflect the additional charges resulting from the transfer of fire protection from property tax assessment to rates. But with the corresponding reduction in property taxes resulting from the change, the overall impact to ratepayers is neutral. And with that brief overview of the PBR, I'll now turn it over to Craig, who will walk you through the operational plan for 2022.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Next slide, please. So as Daryl said, I'm Craig Blyville, the Director of Wastewater Treatment with EPCOR in Edmonton. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors, utility members, and Mayor Sohi. So today I'll be presenting an overview of the 2022 operational plan for both the water and drainage business units. Next slide, please. So today I'll go over a few key initiatives that we thought would be of most interest to committee, given there's over 48 in the attached report. As a company, of course, we're very focused on our operational performance, delivering consistently reliable services to meet Edmonton's water and drainage needs at an affordable rate. We'll talk about the themes that are common to both water and drainage business units, as well as some specific initiatives in each area. And just as a reminder, the water business unit includes both water treatment and distribution and wastewater treatment, whereas the drainage business unit is for storm and sewage conveyance services. Next slide, please. The report includes 16 common initiatives across 6 themes, but I'll be highlighting 3 initiatives in the public health and environment category. EPCOR Water's Climate Change Adaptation Plan was developed alongside similar timelines of that of the City of Edmonton. The plan identified 15 key risks that require mitigation, things such as forest fires, intense precipitation events, water supply, freeze-thaw cycles, and river quality and demand pattern changes. The greatest identified risk in this plan was river flooding and the impact to the treatment facilities. During a major flood event, the treatment plants may not be able to fully operate. The strategy that we're working on is to protect the infrastructure in order to bring the facilities back online as soon as possible. On the water treatment slide, for example, there's approximately 3 days of storage in our in-city reservoirs to rely on for the gap in potential production, as well as other measures that can be taken. At Gold Bar, various stages of treatment will be impacted depending on the river level in such an event. If left unprotected, the facilities could be down or partially down for an extended period of time, and damages just in the water treatment facilities in an event of 1 in 5 here could exceed $200 million, with a very large impact to the regional economy. Initial steps to protect the water treatment plants are already well underway, with public consultation ongoing, and at Gold Bar we've similarly begun our planning work in this area. Secondly, EPCOR's participation in the Corporate Climate Leaders Initiative by the City of Edmonton, as well as our commitments in our recently released ESG report, identified net neutrality for greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. 2 key projects are underway to meet our 2025 commitments of 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. These are the purchase of wind RECs, or renewable energy electricity certificates from a southern Alberta wind farm, as well as the development of the Alesmith solar farm. Combined with these 2 initiatives, EPCOR's electricity will be 100% green. This is a significant milestone, as the treatment facilities in particular have the highest electrical energy consumption by far in EPCOR, mostly used to pump water, to distribute potable water, as well as to biologically treat wastewater. Despite this, we continue to work to implement projects to more efficiently run our facilities and recognize financial savings by these efficiencies that benefit consumers. Initiatives are already underway to tackle the remaining greenhouse gas emissions, mostly in the form of building heating and the reduction of wastewater process emissions. Lastly, in this category, water and drainage are jointly developing an integrated water management strategy, merging previously disconnected programs on watershed management. The integrated plan will look at source water protection and total loadings discharged to the river, whether that be through the storm system, residuals from the water treatment plants, or discharges from wastewater treatment. This work will be conducted with other regional partners like the City, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, regional municipalities, First Nations and communities, and the regulator to ensure an aligned strategy to continue to protect the health of our river and its tributaries. Key activities this year are developing a regional water modeling strategy, continued implementation of the Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, which I'll talk to a bit more later, residuals monitoring, and continued storm and wastewater discharge monitoring and characterization. Next slide, please. As for water services initiatives, in 2019, a report was presented to Utility Committee on the Enhanced Lead Mitigation Strategy, replacing our existing lead mitigation programs. Later that year, a non-routine adjustment for this program was approved. The work was in response to Health Canada lowering the maximum allowable concentration for lead in drinking water. There is no lead in the drinking water leaving the water treatment plants. However, approximately 1.4% of homes in Edmonton still have lead services, whether that be on the public or private side. And lead is also detected in areas of Edmonton, in other areas of Edmonton, due to other lead-containing plumbing fixtures, lead solder, and legacy lead in the plumbing system. The priority of this program is to continue to complete the replacement of these high-priority lead services that we anticipate will be at risk of exceeding the new Health Canada MAC. We'll also be following the lead of most major municipalities in North America and adding orthophosphate to our water treatment system starting later this year to help prevent lead from leaching from pipes and plumbing fixtures into the drinking water. Orthophosphate is a safe, clean, and odorless treatment additive that is approved for use by Alberta Health and is widely used around the world to reduce lead in drinking water. In addition to helping us meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets, the solar farm at E.L. Smith will improve the resiliency of the water system by providing a direct source of electricity supply combined with a 4 megawatt battery energy storage system. It will also give academia, for example, at facilities like the U of A, a local opportunity to study the kind of technology at this scale. All solar panels have now been installed at the site, and work continues on installing the supporting electrical infrastructure, and the system is expected to be online by Q3 of this year. Finally, implementation of AMI will begin this year. Automated metering infrastructure, with planning occurring through 2022 and the infrastructure being installed starting in 2023. New advanced metering infrastructure will allow customers more precise readings on their bills, giving them information about their water use that they can be used to adjust their consumption. Next slide, please. The last slide in our presentation talks about drainage-specific initiatives. The core strategy that you've heard about was presented to Utility Committee in mid-2019 and approved as a non-routine adjustment. The purpose of this multi-year strategy is to reduce odor issues in the collection system while also mitigating the significant corrosion that H2S can have on the sanitary systems infrastructure. $180 million will be invested in the core program in this 2022 to 24 PBR cycle. The program is divided into 4 strategy themes. That is prevent, optimize, monitor, and control. Investments this year include large trunk rehabilitation, the Duggan Tunnel project, pump station enhancements and treatment, monitoring and modifications to drop structures. These activities will prevent the formation of H2S gas in the sewer system, control the release of gas in the system, and add real-time monitoring and access capabilities. Finally, our Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, or SIRP, has been recognized nationally for how it will make Edmonton a more climate-resilient city and help mitigate the impact of flooding on our communities. The strategy actions themes include slow, move, secure, predict, and respond. Work in the near term will include continued development of dry ponds and low-impact developments LID. That's in the slow theme. In the secure theme, investments such as inflow and infiltration reduction, or I&I, outflow control gates, and enhanced flood proofing program will continue. And finally, the predict theme will see investments in the water system-wide integrated dashboard for improved situational awareness for flood and wet weather events. So that's our brief overview of our 2022 operational plan, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, very comprehensive. I'm going to go first to Mr. Beckett to see if he has any comments. I don't know that he does, but if he does, he can offer them now.
No, nothing to add.
Great, thank you. I'm just trying to get into that habit. So I'll go to Councillor Paquette, who has selected this item.
You know what? I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't have any pressing questions. It may come up, but I'm happy to defer.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for the comprehensive report. I'm really excited by a lot of the work, but particularly the work you're doing with odor mitigation, that's something I heard about quite a bit on the doorsteps, and also the partnership work with Enoch and the Métis Nation of Alberta. You know, I really want to drill down into, you know, just the urgency around the infill infrastructure conversation so, you know, you mentioned in your report that conversation that you're having, the ongoing conversation you're having with them, but just wondering if there's any specific goals and outcomes that we can look for this year. For example, the volume 4 water standards, the fire flow, just looking for some concrete actions that we're working towards.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson. As a utility, we meet and confer frequently with the development community, and certainly understanding the need to find ways to move forward with this infill initiative. A few things to point out. We've included additional funding in the current PBR that starts on April the 1st that helps cover some of the costs for some of this smaller infill development. We had run a pilot program of $2.5 million over 2 years. Pretty successful program, a lot of more applicants than there was funding. So we moved forward with and received approval for $20 million of funding in the current PBR. So it's $4 million a year. So we think that will help cover some of those costs. But I think the bigger initiative that we're looking at is we're working with our One Water Planning Group, looking at opportunities to proactively move forward with the placement of infrastructure to help incentivize and move forward with this infill on a greater scale. And it's something that we are having dialogue with city administration on, and we're having that same dialogue with the development community. And I think that there's some opportunities here. We've got to get our hands around the funding, because I think it's pretty clear to us that if we piecemeal this kind of one development at a time, it's going to be much more cost prohibitive, and ultimately it impacts customers' rates at a much greater level. Whereas if we could perhaps come together in some sort of partnership, working with the utility committee, city council, and the development community, and then maybe proactively moving forward on some backbone infrastructure to help incentivize the infill that we're all looking for, we think that that's a much more cost-effective path forward. But again, I think it's going to require some conversations with city administration, and then ultimately some direction from utility committee and city council. But that's something that we're looking forward to doing later this year.
Great. No, I appreciate that, and I think it's great to hear that program the pilot is being expanded into a permanent program. I guess I just always worry that we are potentially paying for infrastructure that we don't need. So again, just looking at those fire flow standards for hydrants in particular, you know, appreciating that there's now some funding to offset that. For me, it just comes down to making sure that we're right-sizing those regulations to start with. So is there some work happening there?
We are having conversations with city administration and the fire service to look at ways that we can perhaps modernize fire flow standards. We follow the standards as currently written, but we think that there's some opportunities there to make some improvements. But again, it'll be a conversation that we'll have with city administration and the fire department.
Great, thank you. My next question, I have to apologize. I know my duties on other commissions have taken me from some of the stakeholder meetings, but the Edmonton Economic Recovery Rebate, this is the first time it's come to light for me, and I apologize if I've missed it before. But just wanting to understand that a little bit more. Also just the comment around that it necessarily has to be temporary to protect our utility credit rating. Just a bit of context around that would be helpful.
Sure. So when drainage came over to EPCOR, one of the conditions was to hold rates at 3%. The increase is over 3 years. And when it goes into the full regulatory model, we have to put in a full ROE, and we recognize that price, that would be a large increase to customers where you ramp up your ROE. So what we decided to do was keep it where it was, which is 5.5%, and over a 5-year period, move it to 9.95. So it smooths out that adjustment for the ratepayer, but at the end of the term, it'll be back comparable to the other utilities where it should be.
So I hear, so it's sort of smoothing out an increase, but when that 3 years is up, are we now at this much higher level, or?
Yes, at the end of 5 years, it'll be at 9.95, the ROE in drainage, and right now it's 5.5 for the first year of the PBR.
Okay, so it's more about the transition than a response to COVID, the economic situation. It's just that transitionary period.
Well, I guess realistically, we could have put 995 in the application because it would be comparable then to the other utilities. But we looked at the associated rate increase and we recognized that that was just too large given the economic situation. So we decided to go this path and slowly move into an appropriate return on equity.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to follow up on Councillor Stevenson's question around infill, because we have a target, a very ambitious target of 50% infill, and the alignment that is necessary with EPCOR and city and planning and all that. So I just want to stress the importance of that point. I know you gave an answer. I certainly don't want you to repeat that, but I just wanted to stress how critical that coordination is. I'm actually pretty impressed with your greenhouse gas emission reduction plan being net zero by 2050 and aligning your efforts with the city's plan. Just want to have a question on that around how you monitor that and how you measure that, make sure that there's steps in the way from now till 2050. I know you have targets for 2025 and 2035. How you measure that and how you report them.
Yeah, so one way in which we reported, that's one of the commitments actually under the city's corporate climate leaders initiative, is to publicly report both our targets and our progress to achieve those targets. If you're asking a little bit, Mayor Sosi, about, if you will, the accounting or math behind some of those, there's established protocols to calculate based on, electricity, the factors to convert that to CO2 equivalent and other things.
I don't. No, that's your job, right? You're experts in that, right? What I want to know is more about. Come 2025, you'll be able to demonstrate that you have reduced emissions by 50%.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
that's all you need to know. Okay, good. On the flood mitigation and again, very ambitious plan again, tied to climate change and all that. And when the infrastructure was transferred over from the city to EPCOR, you had a long-term plan in place. And so how is that plan going now? Is it, you're doing well? How is it?
Yes, yeah. So we came forward with our stormwater integrated resource plan to utility committee, I guess, last year, and finally got that approved. And so we're on schedule to meet those commitments. And that plan was reduced from, I think, 30 to 40 years down to, I think, 18 years was kind of the last number that we had going forward. Although there's going to be continued things to be added as we go forward. As you said, it's not it's kind of a little bit of a moving target, but
yeah.
The plan in place is there, and we're on target to meet those.
And are you still able to leverage some of the federal, provincial grant funding?
So a lot of the work is being funded from the DMAF funding that we got and some provincial funding, and that's committed for the next 3 years. And there's another round that we've put applications into that we hadn't heard, but that's probably, I think, 25. I think we're fine to 24. We've got the grants and funding available that's there, and then we have applications in working with city administration again for 25 and beyond now.
Okay, good. And on the odor reduction, as we recover from COVID, we will have more and more people coming downtown, and we want to create more vibrancy in the downtown. We want to organize more festivals in the downtown, hopefully, right? And there are certain spots in the downtown, one not too far from here, that is quite a problematic spot, right? So just want to get a sense how are things going on that particular spot?
Well, we're on track. I think the challenge is going to be it's a comprehensive long-term program. One of the challenges that we have is we have many deep sewers that are out there that we believe are causing a lot of the problems. And the way the system was set up, we weren't even able to access them. So the next couple of years, a big focus, and which is causing some issues because we're now in the core parts of the city. Putting big access manholes down that causes other issues in terms of inconvenience to residents and so forth. But that's to get access to them and then begin to do some things to address that. Now, There are some quick win things that we're doing to try to reduce that, but it's probably going to be a number of years to address some of the more significant problems.
Yeah, good. No, thank you for all the work, and keep it up. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you want me to, I can move the recommendation or later.
Sure.
Will of the committee.
Sure. I can come back to you there for Mr.
Okay.
Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, and thanks so much for the presentation as well. I'll start just with some further questions around infill and some varsity plan goals and targets. So I guess one of the things I was wondering, there was mention of a white paper to establish cost minimization, cost allocation, regulatory principles that would provide a bit of an approach for funding water and drainage to support some of that growth. So I'm just wondering, will different financial tools be considered, things like a levy system, for example, as part of that conversation and as part of that body of work? And then as a follow-up to that, you kind of alluded to potential direction being required either from committee or council. I guess when would we anticipate that? I just see the processes and the planning work that's happening with our growth management strategy as a city right now, with our district planning, and I just wouldn't want to miss that opportunity because I feel like EPCOR is just such an integral part of that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Salvador. So I think we could get back relatively soon, and maybe we could work with administration on the right, because I think we have to coordinate that with administration on the planning. One of the things that we are working on is kind of, as Sean Bradford just indicated, is looking at how we could better serve, especially kind of the growth nodes and corridors that have been highlighted, which are areas for I think higher infill development. Because we do believe that if we maybe took a more strategic approach in upgrading the whole system, and then maybe tying that to even the design standards and so forth, in these areas it'd be probably much more cost effective for infill, rather than the current approach where it's really individual applications that go in, and then we look at what we can kind of do locally to meet those requirements. And then part of that would be kind of tied to that is then how do we fund these kind of larger programs that we go in. But we do look at these things and we see, could be 50% savings in infrastructure required, let's say, to support a corridor, if we kind of did a planned approach rather than this kind of, single, few pipes here and a few pipes there to meet a individual development. So I think we have to have the plan, which we're working on, and we've actually done it for, I think, I don't know what the number is, like at least 50% of the kind of corridors and growth nodes that are there. And then the second thing, and we'll probably work with administration on a funding model that could be the approach utility committee to look at and get their input on.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I really, really look forward to that coming in front of us. I also, just switching gears, I wanted to ask about the enhanced lead mitigation strategy. I noticed that there was reference to high priority lead surface lines, and that it seems like those are, for the most part, going to be complete. Are there lines that are sort of medium priority or lower priority? I guess what would be the plan for those? And I guess timeline strategy related to that?
Yeah, I can start off, Councillor Salvador, and kick it to Mr. Bradford to fill in any gaps. But yeah, the high priority lead service lines are the ones that, through our sampling, which has been occurring for numerous years, that we anticipate to exceed the 5 microgram per milliliter new Health Canada MAC. And all those replacements will be done in this year. And then so we'll also, though, be continuing to monitor all other areas of the city, whether they have lead services or not, as we have done so for numerous years in the past, and opportunistically replace some of those lead service lines. If the private homeowner, for example, replaces their portion, we would replace the public portion, or if they're needed due to some other reason. And as I mentioned, the addition of orthophosphate will contribute to benefiting the entire city, whether you have a lead service or not, because it'll be in the drinking water throughout the city and provides that protection, that protective coating on the inside of the pipes.
Great, thank you for that. And then I'll just sneak in one more question here. So it's related to drainage and ice accumulation, and I'm sure my colleagues' inboxes are also full of some emails from people in our wards, concerned about poor drainage due to ice. And I'm just wondering, obviously it's a complex problem and it's challenging, and there's interplay between seasonal variation, snow and ice clearing procedures. But since we've transitioned drainage to EPCOR, I guess I'm sensing the need for some stronger connection on this, and just a clear channel for addressing that growing concern, which I assume is only going to get worse as we see the effects of climate change.
Yeah, I do think, Councillor Salvador, that we've done a good job, maybe a little bit late after the first round of complaints because of quite early thaw, I guess, that maybe we weren't quite prepared for. We are now down to, I think we had 1,700 calls in on flooding issues, and I think this morning I looked and there was less than 18 or something that we had not addressed, and we have set up some, I think, good communications between the city and us in terms of responsibility for removal of snow, and that's the city's responsibility, and our responsibility to make sure that if the catch basin is actually frozen, once the snow is removed, that we address that. And so that communication has got much better, and I think, going forward, we've had some pretty good springs the last couple of years that were maybe better, but I think that's there, and I think it's going to be important that we start early on that, because I do agree that this kind of freeze-thaw cycle is probably can continue and may get worse in the future. So
great, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick ones for me. So thank you for your presentation today. First of all, I heard you say that there's been a historic underinvestment in drainage infrastructure. And then I heard you say that you're reducing or providing some dollars back that is essentially a reduction in drainage return on equity. I'm just wondering if you can sort of square that for me. It sounds like you're taking less money, but you need more money.
Yes, that's a good question, Councillor Cartmel. So as a utility, I think Craig Bonneville explained that we went to a bit of a risk-based methodology on the timing and placement of our capital, and included in the current PBRs that we're discussing here this afternoon, there's about $1.35 billion of investment. Yeah. We think that's a prudent level of investment. What we've done as a utility is we've foregone some of the allowed returns that we would typically see in an effort to mitigate rate impacts to customers. Okay. And as part of the mechanics of rebasing, when you file a new rate application and you put the new rates into effect, you typically take your utility and you've got an earned return on your equity, and then you have an authorized return on your equity. And as part of the rebasing adjustment, you essentially adjust rates up to allow you the opportunity to earn what's been authorized. We've made the decision that we will under-earn, essentially, for the next few years in an effort to mitigate that impact because of the amount of infrastructure that's necessary. Now, we can't continue to chronically under-earn because it puts tremendous pressure on not only EPCOR Water Services, which is the water and drainage utilities, but on the greater parent, EPCOR Utilities, Inc. And given the amount of capital that we place as a utility in our electricity business, in our regulated water and drainage businesses, in other provinces and other countries, there's an expectation of a return on investment. And if we don't meet those expectations, we could face a credit downgrade. And at that point, our cost of borrowing goes up.
Yeah, so now we're going the other way.
Correct.
Right.
So I think we're very comfortable with the level of investment, and I think we've been able to mitigate the impacts by under-earning for a few years, but it's something that we can't continue to keep in place permanently. That's why we're phasing in over 5 years.
Someone should start my time. So related to that, how much of that underinvestment is related to flood mitigation, or are they discrete, or is there an overlap?
No, so just to be clear, we do not believe that we're underinvesting. I guess what we're doing is we're not
No, but historically, there's been an underinvestment.
Well, so
Is
we've
what-
significantly increased the investment. So if you're going through, we're looking at about $275 million a year in drainage. And historically, they were in about $150 million range. And you know, part of that is the Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, which is kind of net new. So that's to address additional issues. And the core program to address some of the odor issues. And I think one of the things we try to do, though, to make sure that we're maximizing the amount of money we're spending, because you know, there's lots of infrastructure out there, is we have very much used a risk-based approach. So we are spending money where we think we're getting the most bang for our dollar. In the past, that we think that maybe that wasn't necessarily the case.
From a flood mitigation perspective, it would seem to me that there's gains outside of the utility. So less risk exposure, for instance, to insurance companies or to homeowners, to property owners, that kind of a thing. Is there opportunities for some of this flood mitigation work from that perspective that others stand to benefit, or at least stand not to, you know, be as exposed?
Yes, and we've been working with the insurance industry and then kind of industry across Canada, because that's an important issue. That the challenge a little bit is the insurance industry is somewhat fragmented, so it's hard to get a common approach across it. And historically, you know, they look on you know, historical claims in an area, so it's going to take a while to get up. But with that, we are trying to be very proactive with the insurance industry, and I think we actually had the Insurance Bureau come in to Utility Committee about a year ago. And part of our goal is to highlight the work that we're doing in areas. So when we put a new dry pond or expand a wet pond or do whatever, is ensure that information is supplied to the Insurance Bureau and some of the models they use to do that, so that hopefully that does get factored in insurance rates going forward.
Have a positive
and I think
effect.
The challenge a little bit is trying to, insurance rates everywhere are going up pretty significantly, and trying to say that hopefully we're trying to mitigate that. And it might be difficult to look and say your insurance rates are actually going down, but hopefully we're trying to mitigate them from going up even further.
And it's hard to discreetly identify, you know, the reduction in increase that might be attributed to better flood mitigation.
But we are working very closely with Insurance Bureau and Susan Ansell, who's developed a lot of this work, is actually on a national panel working with the insurance industry, because that's an issue across the country.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all for me. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you, and thank you to our guests for their patience today. I know you've been in chamber with us for quite a long time, so thank you. Hope it was illuminating, and you enjoy the single-use items as much as we did. Just getting into the discounting the customer bill slide 7 of the presentation. I just obviously our shareholder meetings are confidential or private, but I guess I was wondering, could our guests share when was the decision made to proceed with this discount?
It was included in the PBR application that was filed in February, so I guess we made the decision internally, you know, several months before that, when we were working through the capital and operating budgets, and recognized the level of rate increase if we went with a full ROE in drainage.
Right, so that would have been made internally, applied for, and then this is the sort of the communication function to council. I was just checking I hadn't missed it at another time.
No, it was definitely part of the application and clearly identified in the application, and then approved as part of the overall approval of the PBR.
And are, for these discounts, are they residential? I believe I heard they're residential and commercial?
They're across the board.
And are they means tested in any way? Are we designating any concern between low-income, high-need individuals, or?
No, they're just put in as part of the return on equity, so it just flows through the model, and it's applied proportionately based on the rates.
And I would assume then that the $66 million decision then is foregone, or maybe this isn't quite, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe can I ask Mr. Beckett a question?
Yes, of course, yeah.
So I'm assuming then if the foregone opportunity here is $66 million, that would not come to the city's dividend over the next 3 years.
That's correct.
And because it isn't coming to the dividend, we as the city couldn't decide to say, put it towards relief for affordable housing or relief for other high need or high demand situations, priorities, etc., aligned with city plan?
You're asking if the $66 million could be directed somehow?
Yes.
But it's foregone.
So it's yes.
Yeah.
So it's foregone. So we can't do that. So it's spent then. I guess then my question would be, is there, because as a utility you can't means test in any way any sort of the fees or the rebate or anything like that. That's correct.
I'm not sure I understand.
So sorry,
But I guess I could just add a little more color on the dividend. That the way the dividend is set, it's based on the income of EPCOR Utilities, Inc., and it typically is not based on the contribution of any particular business unit. They all flow into it, but one business unit going up or down does not necessarily impact the dividend, because other business units may be up, others may be down. So while they're related, they really are kind of two separate things.
I understand that. I guess my concern would be that some will be getting a discount who do not need it, who have done very well and continue to do very well. Others may not receive it at all. I mean, I think of many renters, for instance, who the water bills are rolled into their landlords, and so they wouldn't see a benefit here.
That's right, because it's rolled on a, as I said, prorated basis based on the rates. So.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'd just like to add one comment though. As the regulator, you can instruct the utility to set means-based rates.
Okay, thank you. That is what I was trying to confirm or understand.
You haven't done that, and
Yeah.
there's a whole host of issues that go along with that, but it is a regulatory possibility.
Of course, yeah, thank you. Two other quick questions. So I think we touched on lead already. The other one was about chlorine and odors. Just confirming, I've heard some complaints about this recently now that, do our guests want to elaborate on the current situation related to water complaints, et cetera? Put something on the record while we're here?
Yeah, we detected odors ourselves through our sniffing program, which we perform in our quality assurance lab, as well as from the home sniffing program, where there's hundreds of residents who submit their feedback. And we first detected that last weekend, actually, and adjusted our treatment process primarily through the addition of powdered activated carbon, which is the constituent we use to absorb those odors. And I know we've, through our testing, have seen a decline in those chlorinous odors that were detected earlier this week.
But it's still completely safe?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for a very comprehensive presentation. I guess just to build on some of the line of questioning from Councillor Jans. First, I guess I just want to be, so I'm really clear, that PBR package that you have referenced for February, it didn't come here.
No, it was, I should have been clear, year before February, so it was approved by the previous utility committee.
Thank you.
And recommended to council.
Yep.
Yes.
That's why you can't find it. That's right.
Sorry.
And then I guess to Mr. Beckett, if you can just expand on your answer earlier around the means-based rating and the issues that come with that. Can you just expand on that a little bit more, since I think this is the first time I heard that terminology?
Council can set policies that require the utility to discount rates to certain identifiable groups of customers. The issues that come from that are that council is then creating winners and losers. And the biggest issue in my mind is, are utility rates the correct vehicle for helping people who are in that particular situation, low income, for instance. There may be other solutions available that would be more efficient and more equitable than tinkering with the utility rates.
Other solutions that might not be utility related. And essentially, you know, in an intention to bring about a more equitable measure, you might inadvertently or unintent, you know, one of the unintended consequences is actually create more inequity. Is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
I believe that concludes our.
Sorry, I just wanted to. Do you want me to put the motion on
Sure,
the table?
go
Yeah,
for it.
I'm happy to receive this report for information.
Thank you.
Sorry, that the February 4th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00936, be received for information.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Very good. Let's call the vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Councillor Paquette,
We have all the votes.
please display the vote. And that is carried. That completes our items for today. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Have a great recess week.